Why?
Bubble Chrome says, I am now the keeper of the button. Oh, I am. I'm the keeper of the button. Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, is he underneath? Oh no. Wait, how am I going to get back over? But he did not think this through, did he? Let's stomp some zombies. Oh, God, yes, that sounded good. No, I meant to grab it. What? We know. Melon, what are you saying? Melon? No. I swear to God, if you know... The hell, where am I going? Alright. Fuck me.
I threw that left hand as well.
That was a good shot. Oh, I can't even reach it. Ugh. To prove that she did chuck something at me. Oh my God, this is really red on stream.
Ow, you can't hit me, I'm sick.
Oh my God.
Why would you throw things at me?
It was a pass. I passed it to you. We all saw it. Don't do that. Characters: Donald Anderson. Environments: I can't say it because I don't know how to say it. Animation: the name was too quickly. Choreograph: Jonas Hill, I think. Programming: Randy Tudor. Fuck! Ah. I was right there.
Alright.
Oh.
Can't let him see me.
No, I'm gonna... Hang on. Just because I'm curious. Just because I'm curious. I want to see what he does. That'll do it.
Wait, I don't know what it said.
Took Miss Gray out of phys ed today to have a little talk with her. Father Lord Milch was telling me he's worried that she's a touch more sensitive than is good for her, and I don't doubt it, poor girl. I know you've dealt with her dad and his big personality, and her mother was a real tragedy. God rest.
No. God. Oh my fucking Christ.
going slow. Oh, step at a time. 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 Oh, fuck. What's wrong with her? Oh, fuck. No, no. Oh, shit. She's got super strength. Get him. Wait a second. Yes, nice. Yes, that's slowly coming down. It's just taking its time. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, good lord! Okay, up we go. This is it. This is the time to shine. To shine. To shine! No! Fuck! Fucking thing sucks. Fuck!
Oh, that tree.
I wanted an index, my hardware wasn't up to scratch, and it was almost never available on Oz. Yeah, so I think EB Games had exclusive selling rights. Ow, don't bite. Okay. EB Games had exclusive selling rights in Australia, and yeah, they never had them in stock. Okay, okay.
What the fuck is this? What are you doing? Oh man!
Oh shit. Loser. Yes. And how sweet is that? But I don't know what the sticky feet actually does though. I've got a game called Rogue something or other. God. And it's a hey. It's a side scroller. And it's a rogue game. And it's really fun, but it's best to be played with controller. Fucking nuglets. What do you mean, just standing there? There's no woman behind me. Alright, I'm gonna go in here, because I feel like this is the basketball. Oh no, sleep block. Now, I've never actually been in here. The amount of times I've played this game, I've never... Oh, shit. For lunch later, Simmons. Okay, so from what I can gather and understand is... Oh, fuck me. No. You fucking core. I don't think he realizes.
Hello, everybody. You're all very cute today.
Marty,
Hope everyone had a
wait,
good Easter.
What do you mean? What do you mean I don't realize?
What am I
jump off.
doing? Holy shit.
I don't want to.
There we go. Hello. Hello, everyone. This song, straight into it. Hey, Jantha, how you doing? Idiot time, 100%. Jessica, sending it, 100%. Hello, hello. Grimbo, how you doing? And hey, and bye, Ginge. 7 stream streak. Wow, Jantha, thank you so much. Hello, Zunicorn. It's not like you're in the other room. Or you're not anymore. You're gone. Hey, Fancy Pants, welcome in. Soggy. Hello. How you all doing? Did you all have a lot of chocolate for Easter? A lot of chocolate. We didn't have too much, actually. We just had a little bit. A little bit of chocolate. It was good. Was good. And today's a public holiday. This song seems very intense. Oh. That's okay. Very cool. Very cool. Oh. No, we got a we got this thing where Chip loves playing with this particular string that we have. And we kind of just like throw it around the place while we're holding it. It's kind of like chase it kind of deal. And he runs after it. But then when he catches it, he leads us to another room or another place as if he's taking us there or that's where he wants to chill. It's pretty cute. So that just kind of happened. Zuna was playing with him in the bedroom. And oh, there he goes. Off he goes. Yeah, so there's the string and a little chippy. And you can see the tail going. Now, but I hope everyone's all good today. Hope everyone's all good. Yeah, there we go. Had a feeling. Had a feeling. He's nuts. He's absolutely crazy. Crazy. Hello, princess. Well, looky here at this big old hunk of sex appeal. Scott, you better be talking about yourself. All right, bud? Coming in here with that attitude. Get out of here. I skipped Easter Chalkies and instead I'm spending $201 on a set of new to me alloys for my winter tires. It's less than one of the cheapest available now 16-inch wheels would cost. Ooh. Hell yeah. That's a good way to spend some money, Fancy Pants. Fucking hell. I don't know. What can I say? Hello, princess. You making some sandwiches? I got my little sandwiches here. Some rice crackers with peanut butter on it. So, oh, a 7 stream streak. Skeet. Thanks, Scotchy. But yeah, so game plan today. Thank you for checking in, Mr. Grimbo. We'll be playing some Dying Light the Beast. It was on special, so I picked it up yesterday. And I've been pretty keen. Pretty keen. Even Axel Rose likes to go, wah! 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 Wah wah oh. You want to try that again, Zuna? Wah wah oh. No? Okay. Well, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Who says it wasn't intentional? I don't know. Beard looks lined up nicely. Thank you, Scotch. I did give a little trim. Get some random random hairs growing upwards, getting closer to my eyeball. No one likes those ones. So you gotta pull them back down. Pull them back down. But thank you, Scotch. How are you doing, by the way, Scotchy? Scotchy Poo? You gotta do yours. I got I picked up I want to say cheap. I'm not sure if it was cheap. Razor from Coles. And it doesn't do too bad. Coles or Woolies, one of them. It's all right. It's all right. Did you have just finished gym? You didn't have work today, did you? Just gym? No. Yes. You might have had work. Hope you didn't have work. That would be hell. Public holiday? Ugh. Yeah, PT then workout. Oh, man. So you must be run ragged, Scotchy. I'm sure that's not going to stop you. Oh, by the way, everyone, if you weren't aware, Scotchy does go live in an hour and a half. He's doing some cool things. He does marbles, and then before marbles, he is doing. I saw the sketch before. Don't tell me, Scotch. He's doing. Fuck, that's right. He's doing sketch. Yep, going shrooms. Yes, that's right. Completely. That's why I couldn't think of it. I was like, what's Scotch playing at the moment? Yes, no, sketch. That's going to be a interesting time, Scotchy. But I hope you have fun. Oh, Scotch, I may. I thought yesterday, fuck. It was during your stream, and I was like, you know what? I actually haven't checked out what marbles on stream is like as a game at my end. So I opened it up, and I built a track. I built a track, and it's got a 23% or 32. It's one or the other, one way or the other. Elimination thing, but like I built it, and I was like, it's pretty cool. I don't know how people do fucking such wild custom tracks though. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Some of the tracks that people do. Schedules, what are they? I don't know, Grim. Don't know. I've thought about doing one just kind of to keep me in line with doing like one stream a week at least. But I don't know. Each day kind of it's at the moment it's kind of like, oh, I feel like streaming today, or I don't feel like streaming. So I guess as I continue doing it, I guess it'll be well, maybe I do, I don't know, Wednesdays or something. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to kind of commit at the moment to a sketch, and I'm easier to do just kind of like a random one at the moment. So, in other words, trying to avoid having to shoot sass too often. Well, that's not going to happen at all. As soon as Bella, get sketched. Get sketched, get boogers. Get boogered? Oh my god. We're talking about schedules. Yes. But you got boogered. Yeah, I'm sure Scotch will shoot sass anyway. 100%. 100%. I'm glad that works. Actually. No, Scotch, go do what you need to do. Hey, Honor, how you doing? Welcome in. I didn't have a schedule for 3 or 4 or yeah. I've never, even before when I was kind of like on and off streaming, I've never really done a schedule either. Yeah, hard to commit. Hard to commit at the moment. But you got boogered, so that's 1 in 1,000, by the way. So I'm not sure if you should feel happy or not. I don't know. So now I just stream on the same days, but don't call it a schedule, and my brain is happy. That's fair, Jantha. That is fair. Doing good. Hope you guys are well. We are. How's your Easter, Honor God? We didn't do much. Oh, what did we do? Nothing. Played games. We had a little bit of chocolate. Had a little bit. A little bit. It was overwhelming. Was it with family? Yeah, I know family. If you do, if you've got a biggish family, it can definitely get overwhelming. I remember as a kid, we've got a not a rather big family, but there was enough for it to get overwhelming. So a little chocky, just a little chocky, Jess, just a little chock. Okay, sandwich consumed. Scotch, what was on your sandwich? What was on your sandwich? Scotchy poo. Spent the day with family, played board games, and ate too much food. Jantha, you play a lot of board games. Do you have a favorite board game, or what's your kind of like go-to when you're doing these big events things? Because we've got a lot. We don't really play many because we don't have the space here. But when we move into the new place, we're going to have a big place to play board games. The family favorite is Ticket to Ride. Oh, yes, I have played that, but the digital version. It was on the Windows Store. And it was like the only thing that I think I've ever used on the Windows Store, but I downloaded it. Played it wasn't too bad, but I could see the board game version of that being probably 100 times better. Oh, hello, Chip. You want to come over? What's happening here? You're so unsure. What the hell, dude? Oh, yeah, my parents and siblings just moved back to Brisbane. First time I've had Easter with them in 12 years. Wow, that's a long time. So they went all out with the chocolate for the kids. They even did full-on Easter baskets for us adults too. Oh, that's nice though. That is nice. That can be a lot though, right? 12 years since you've seen someone. Yeah. Yeah, well. I was just thinking there's probably some family that I haven't seen for I'd say that time probably longer, and I wouldn't know how to do it. So that I can see that's very overwhelming. But you got through it, so congratulations. Half a chicken salad, aioli, and sun-dried tomato and Turkish scotch. That sounds delicious. Did you make enough for everyone, or just yourself? You selfish hunk of spunk. Jesus. Family games end up being what is mum comfortable playing, and yeah, Ticket to Ride works really well for her. Yeah, okay, fair. Hey, Joey, how you doing? Ah, hello. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well. How was what time did you stream till last night? I saw you're on relatively late again. Uh, and how'd you go with Pocopia? Pocopia. Did you end up getting the fridge, Game Boy, and microwave, was it? My partner, Zunicorn, in chat, also had to do that when we last spoke, and then I think a couple hours later, rolled credits. Might not have been might have been actually a day, now that I think about it. Oh yeah, I've spent a few hours on Ticket to Ride on Steam, made me miss the ability to flip a table. Okay, good to know that you need a table to flip a table. Table for Ticket to Ride. And to also flip a table. It's great the kids went apeshit though. Perfect. Just me, Hunker Spunk. Yeah, Hunker Spunk. Just me. That's selfish, Scotch. Come on. So Twitch is being silly. It says I need to verify my already verified 5+ year old account on my phone, but not here. That's weird. That sounds very weird, Calypso. Also, welcome in. I'm a late gamer. They're normal hours for me. Now I'll probably play that this week. Glad to watch you in the day. Golden hours for me to hang out. Perfect. Yeah, I don't usually do day streams. I usually kind of do it after I finish work through the week. But I got Dying Light the Beast yesterday, and I kind of really wanted to play, so I thought I'll do a little day stream today. When I say little, I don't know how long little is going to be. It could be a couple hours. Could be to midnight. I don't know. We'll see how we go, I guess. I'm sure there's a tabletop simulator version of... there's a tabletop simulator version of everything. I think it was either Dan or maybe one of my friends talking about how there's Warhammer 40K on tabletop simulator, which is nuts to me. Or maybe it might have been like a basic version of 40K. So I don't know. I clicked here and saw an idiot. Hello, Gray. Welcome in. How you doing? Idoit. Yeah. You saw an idoit. Chip, what are you doing? Okay, you're doity. You're doity. Oh, man. Shaking my head. No, but I hope everyone's well today. Zuna, how dare you? Calypso, thank you for subscribing. You didn't need to do that at all. Appreciate it. With your Prime? Ah. Stop it. Stop it, Calypso. Gives me the warm and fuzzies inside. Okay. Gotta ask, where's the real Marty at? What do you mean, Gray? I'm the real Marty. Me. Aaron, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Bella, how dare you? How dare you, Bella? Thank you for for gifting a tier 1 sub to Scotchy. Bella, you fuck. Well, Scotch, you've now got access to some neat emotes, such as the send it emote that is Dan, and some other Dan made emotes. So have fun with those. So stupid. I'm glad we could use that. That came in handy last night when Dan was absolutely sending it in Kerbal Space Program. When I say sending it, I mean into the ground. So also, I feel like we're all friends here and we can appreciate this. And yeah, I've taken some liberty from Scotch Pig because he inspires me and he's such an amazing streamer and entertainer. But I'm glad it works. I'm glad it works. Can you stop playing with my speakers, sir? So I've sent Scotchy, that's the video. So feel free to use that video wherever. Not that I own that video or the music, so. But no, I was giggling to myself, happy giggles. Zuna was still in bed, and I was just giggling to myself making that. And then when I hooked it all up, I giggled even more. And then when I press my Stream Deck button, we get that. So it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. Ah, it is a great feeling. But no, that song is, there's something about it that just kind of stays. Are you looking yourself? Yeah, you are. Okay. Chip's just on my desk being weird. It does get stuck. It gets stuck everywhere, Jess. I think when you see, what's his name? Josh Hutcherson, that song comes into your head. Five Nights at Freddy's, and that's all I can think of now when I think of Five Nights at Freddy's. I think your cat is slightly smooth-brained, but he's a cute little guy. Yeah, there's moments where he is smart, and then there's other moments where he isn't smart. And he's just kind of like there. But I don't know. What are you doing? Eh? I got your little feedies up this end. Bap, 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 bap. Don't attack the speaker. Stop. There we go. Well, there we go. Do you feel better? Is it a ginger cat? No. Hang on. He's a ragdoll. Ah, ah, stop. That's my hand. He's a ragdoll. Thank you, Bella. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. Why so violent? Ah! Stop! Ah! 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 He's got. Anyway, so this is him. He is Chip. Oh. There we go. What have I missed? Oh my god, it is a cyberpunk chair. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. No, not a ginger cat. He just special. He just special. He is a feisty boy. Why he's so violent? I don't know. I don't know why he's so violent. He's just a violent little floof ball. Can you aggressive kiss his forehead to stop the acute aggression? Stop. Stop. It's too late. It's too late. Oh my god, so cute. Great colors on him too. Yeah, he is adorable. He knows it. Hmm? And he's got little teepees. Brown and white are great colors together. Hmm? You good? Can I put you down? Welcome in, Dan. Welcome in, Dan. Hope you're doing well. We like to have fun here. We like to have fun. We like to have fun here. Cute the cat too, I suppose. Yes. You would say that, you little cutie. Oh, man. Fuck, it gets me every time. I thought you liked brown on brown. I'm the other brown. Oh. You guys just being two little cuties. In my stream, I feel I'm actually honored to have this amount of what do the kids call it? Riz happening in chat. Oh, it's beautiful. Hey, Sai, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god, Sai's here. Look out. Oh my god, my wrist actually. Oh no, he's broken the skin. Ouchie. He hurt. He hurt me. Looking very submissive and beautiful today. Hmm. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Danger Dan 86. I appreciate that. You're not looking too bad yourself? Oh yeah, Riz. A beautiful skibbity Riz moment. I shouldn't have said Riz. Never mind. Apologies. That's on me, chat. No, Sai, don't leave because of Dan. If anyone's going to leave, it's going to be Dan. Dan's going to leave. Chip just reminded me of something you forgot to do this long weekend. What was I meant to do this weekend? What was it? His litter box? Fucking. Oh, the pile of parts that I was like, yeah, I don't feel like doing it. Friday and Saturday, I'll do it. I'll choose a day, Sunday or Monday. Didn't do it yesterday. Look, there's still plenty of time in the day. I might do it later today. Who knows? Dan, go to the movies. Oh, yeah, Dan, you're going to see Hail Mary today, aren't you? Go do that. Go. Leave right now. Don't worry, that's pretty much the extent of my youth vocabulary. How many warnings does Dan get, though? 1. A single warning. Yeah, Jess, is he... It seems like Dan's on one today. He's saying a lot of words that I don't actually know if make much sense. I think, Jess, yeah, you're right. Dan, can you please sort yourself out? Today. Dan, I don't think they were fresh Cokes either. Dan, you might need to open a fresh... You might need to open a fresh Coke, please, Dan. Could you do that? No, Dan. No. No. Please. Please stay, Dan. Please stay. Oh, that fucking hurt, actually. Oh, it's only a little one, but he got through. Now he's just chilling. He's just chilling in the office now, licking himself like a... Whatever floats your boat. No, Dan, don't go fuck yourself. No, Dan. No. I know when I'm not wanted. Daniel. Can we just have a moment, please, Dan? Dan. You're always wanted. And I appreciate you so... So much. So much. Please don't leave. Sorry, that was a... Dan, no, you are loved here. This is a safe space. Play it again, Pixel Density. Look, Dan, I'm not just here to just do things because you asked for it, okay? And this is... I'm just going to have a serious chat just between Dan and I. No one else listen, please. Dan, you can't just keep on coming in here and demanding... I think that's the opposite effect, Dan, based off that video. Everyone wants you. Everyone wants them. Everyone. Everyone, Joey. Top tier stuff, Marty. Thanks, Joey. There you go, Dan. Did Pixel see that one? The law continues. That's how I got conned into Whistle. And you'll never leave, Si. You'll never leave. Whistle has you. There's a certain control Whistle has. Yes, she did. She's very cross with you, bye. Dan, I'm happy to replace that with an image of you actually doing that, an unphotoshopped image. If you have that, please send it my way. Or Scotch's way, whoever. But also, hey, Pixel, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Have a great day. Have a great stream, Marty, and have a great day, everyone. Yeah, okay, I'll remake it. Perfect. Yes, chat, you're all witnesses to that. Dan is going to remake that image, the Whistle image. And if he doesn't, we're just going to do a Twitch-wide ban of Danger Dan 86. But have fun. Have fun with the movie, Dan. Hope you enjoy it. It's a great movie, actually. If you haven't actually seen Project Hail Mary, go see it. Do yourself a favor. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Ah, we like to have fun here. We like to have fun. Or try our best to have some fun. I can't make myself go to an actual cinema these days. I'll see it eventually, though. Fair. If you, yeah, I guess when it comes out, immediately comes out on digital, or if you can find a way to, because I think it comes out digital first in America. They seem to get stuff quicker. Have a good movie, Dan. Take ball bearings to throw at movie talkers. Oh, that is a good suggestion. We might have to do that too. We get a lot, actually. The cinema that Zuna and I go to, there's a fair few talkers. Some people jump on their phones. People record on their phones. Stupid. I might rewatch it at the IMAX soon. Ooh. Oh, that would be amazing. There's a cinema near us that's not an IMAX. I think it's the Cineplex. The Cineplex has an IMAX screen, but it's not an IMAX projector. It used to be the IMAX though. I think the last thing I saw at IMAX was Guardians of the Galaxy. That would have looked really nice, actually. You can hide them in the bottom of your Maltesers. Oh, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I could see that being delicious. There's only a few cinemas on the Gold Coast, and it's always bloody children, even in Gold Class at 9 p.m. Really, Calypso? Disgusting. That's disgusting behavior. Melbourne has a huge IMAX. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do. I think there's also an IMAX in Sydney as well. But yeah, I actually haven't been to a proper IMAX cinema. So very jealous of those that can easily get to one. I think it was also during one year's PAX, booked tickets with some friends to go to IMAX on the Saturday night. I think, man, this was many years ago. Yeah. Yeah, the IMAX that was up here in Brisbane was an IMAX before, I think, 2003 from the research that I've looked into it. And then, yeah, since then, we just haven't had one. We've had similar ones. I think there's a cinema at Newmarket. I think it's the Reading Cinemas that have a good screen, apparently. And the IMAX size screen, but not projector at South Bank. So I don't actually know what the closest up here is for an IMAX experience, or yeah, close to. It's not as good now with the hotel on top of it in Sydney. Same location, but it's nowhere near how it was for Revenge of the Sith. Oh, Revenge of the Sith would have been fucking amazing in IMAX. Oh, if you saw that in IMAX, I am very jealous. Very jealous. Apparently, there's a new 4D option. Ooh. That'd be cool. Is that 4D's where the seats rumble as well, isn't it? And they move? They kind of, it's like a semi roller coaster in a way. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm not sure if we got 4D up here. Could Nate tell you? All right. Okay. Now, I was just thinking about it when I was putting my contacts in earlier, is that I haven't opened the game for shaders. So it's probably going to lag a little, I think, when we open the game. And might be a bit laggy, but that's okay. Bella, are you redeeming hydrate when I take a sip? So really, I need to be taking 2 drinks. No, but then you'll just hydrate again, and it'll be like a dumb loop of hydrate. Fine. Yeah, when I saw it back in the day, I would have been like 12 or something when it first was a thing. Oh. There we go. You happy, Bella? I'm already anxious enough. I don't need my seat moving everywhere. Would it be 5D if they had like water kind of spurting, and I don't know, maybe the temperature kind of goes up as well in heated sections? Maybe an explosion goes off in the movie on the right side, and everyone on the right side of the screen, the cinema, heats up a little bit. It's not an actual explosion though. I think that would be a rough time for everyone. I assume that would be 5D? Because that would be the senses, right? Or is each D a sense? Hmm. I could see how this would go badly. Hey, Carrie, welcome in. How you doing? Didn't they used to have fragrances, etc.? Maybe. Maybe. No. Hmm. Yeah, I realized when I said it, it's going to be bad. All right, let me. Marty into Five Guys. Each, unlike certain people, I was actually invited to Five Guys. It's okay. It's all right. All right, this is loading. Marty was one of the Five Guys. Thank you, Zuno. Appreciate that. Da, 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 da. Okay. There we go. Perfect. And of course, my keyboard stops working. Game. What game is it? Dying Light. The Beast. So at some point, this game changed from Dying Light the Beast to Dying Light the Beast Restored Land. Couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. I think a mate who used to work down at Dreamworld, where they had some cinema experience crap, they had ocean spray fragrance stuff that was sprayed at certain points. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. That sounds pretty cool. Love Dying Light. First, second was kind of buns. Yeah, I finished both of them. I think I enjoyed 2 when I played it, and then when I thought about it afterwards and compared it to 1, I was kind of a little bit bummed. I was also, let's do hold for that one. I think I was also bummed that when they were marketing Dying Light 2, they were like,
Hi everyone, update 1.6 is live and this one is very special.
The biggest addition is the Restore Land mode, a highly challenging solo experience that introduces new ways to play Dying Light the Beast.
In Restored Land, your actions have permanent consequences.
perfect. Thanks, guys. Do not care. No, I also bummed at Five Guys. Oh, my headphones are telling me it's low. Damn it. Should have charged. No, I was bummed at kind of 2 because they said they marketed as there was going to be all these choices. Choices that you make in the world will affect the story, whatever. And then you play it and it didn't really happen. It just affected what abilities you had. So, wonder if they were putting those accents on. That sounds like a bogan sexter. Oh, fuck. So, okay, so Restored Land is a different mode, not the game. Cool. Cool. And as far as I'm aware, this is built on 57. Let's go 77. I believe that equates to 90, because I think it's 77 vertical, which would make it 90 horizontal. I believe that's what it is. Maybe it's 100. I don't know. We'll find out. This is built on the same engine and mechanics as Dying Light 2, but it's a little bit softened in areas. So I still hate the menus UI in the Dying Light games. Yeah. I know I really like the first one. I know you don't like the first one, mainly because like the UI felt clunky. 2 was a little bit. Oh my god, 2 was a little bit more, I guess, console-ified. HUD preset. Okay. Car GPS. No, I'll just do survival. That's a lot of settings. I still don't vibe with the vehicles in the Beast. The following was heaps fun. See, I didn't really play around with the following. I think that came out, and then when I went back to it, I was like, I don't know what the controls are. I don't know what I was doing really. And it just seemed like a lot. And then I was like, oh, maybe I'll play Dying Light from the start again.
My name is
And then
Kyle Crane, and I'm dying. How the hell did I get here? In 2014, a virus was devastating the city of Haran in Turkey, turning people into undead monsters. Wanting to help, I joined an organization called the GRE that claimed they could stop the spread and save the world. They lied. 99% of the global population was wiped out. Those left fought to survive every day, but infected known as volatiles owned the night. They were fast, relentless, and damn near impossible to kill. Miraculously, some of us discovered we had a form of immunity to the virus, but our fate was worse than the infected. We were hunted, captured, and subjected to brutal experiments. I've survived 13 years of this torture. But I can't take any more. I'm at peace with dying. But I swear, if I had the chance to do just one thing, I would kill the bastard who's behind all this.
Vitals stable. Synaptic test on.
Hurry! Help me! Quick! Get him up! Damn, I hit him! Help him! Hold on! Okay, got it! On the ground! Down! You too!
Yes? You want him out? It will be dangerous. If he finds out... Yes, I'm in.
Almost there. Extraction complete. Stem cells ready. Proceed with subject Alpha. Status report now. Extraction complete, sir. We're just about to administer the serum to subject Alpha. I'll do that myself. He's delirious. He's running a fever. It's remarkable. His body keeps trying to fight it. Rise and shine, Crane. How are you feeling? Not quite like yourself? Not surprising after what we've put you through. Though I must say, you've proven quite resilient. Too resilient. Stubborn. Rebellious. Which is why I'm writing you off. I found a new test subject, someone very promising. So I won't be needing you anymore. He's already obedient than you ever were.
I'm gonna kill you.
After all these years, you still have some fight in you. It would be admirable if it wasn't so pathetic. Let's see what a double dose does to him. It could be lethal. If it kills him, so be it. A noble sacrifice for the greater good.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Not in this lifetime. Initiate the procedure. Notify me of any developments. Understood, sir. Ready for subject beta. Now, inject the serum. Damn it! He's waking up! Hold him still! Inject him! Quickly!
What the hell?
Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hey, Mandy. How you doing? My headphones died. My headphones ripped the old headphones. Now, what I was saying before was I'd played the following a little bit, but I was confused. I played Dying Light 1 again, and then I was just kind of burnt out on Dying Light, and then I just didn't touch the following again, so this is kind of, I haven't played that. Played 2, jumping into this. Hey Mandy, hey Scots, how you doing? I'm on early. A little bit. Just double checking, is the audio from the game coming through the microphone?
I've got the radio. Who is this?
My name's Olivia. I'm going to guide you out of there. But you need
Okay,
to
cool.
go.
Cool.
While they're still distracted by that monster that broke free.
I was a little bit concerned.
Don't worry about that. Just get moving. Go.
Played a little bit of this, quite enjoyed it. Got bored of Dying Light 1, bounced off Dying Light 2. Yeah. Seems okay, but I'm on mobile, also in car.
But I found another way.
I'm listening.
Can I get off the ground?
There's a
Am I just
ventilation
crawling?
duct on the other side of the room. Behind the bed.
Oh, okay. Can I... Oh, there's zombies in here. Neato. Are these more spoopy kind of games? My list might be growing for things I need to try. So, Jantha, it's hard to say. There are spooky moments of this. It's more so the night times and I guess like darker spots. I'm not sure about so much this one. But 1 had its moments, and 2 I think also had its moments, but less spooky. Less spooky. Yeah, I'd been tempted to try the night shift one day. It's my No stress. No stress at all. Hey, Type Fast, how you doing? Welcome in. I know that guy. I know guy that did this stuff on that game. Yeah, I might know him too. Maybe. Can I get up, or am I still crawling? I'm still crawling. Okay.
Where am I?
It's still just going to be baby steps to see how I go. That's fair. That's fair. The first one is definitely more of just I think they're all just more zombie games, but there definitely are moments where it's like the scripted sequences are more spooky.
Just keep moving forward.
Well, I can't get up, so I assume.
Room on the left. Go inside.
Okay.
It's a storage room. On the shelf, you'll see some adrenaline. Inject yourself.
Okay. We're just gonna stab myself with that. Stabby, stabby. Also, man boobies. What you doing on the floor? I don't know. I don't know why I can't get up. I assume my legs weren't working.
My heart's pounding like a motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We're up. Sounds like Bajo Simulator.
What now?
Now, you need to get back to the main corridor.
Okay. I can't run.
The doors aren't opening.
Hold on. Try them now.
I've got to hold. Okay. It's a lot of blood, Mandy. Also, I can hear the clicks. I feel like there's the... Oh, there's a few of them up there. Just a screech. There might be... Oh, the sound of this is pretty cool. Dead. Get UV'd. So I'm not really on a time limit at the moment. Get UV'd. Imagine working on a popular game just for just to only make blood stuff all day long. Honestly though, that would be you could have some fun with that. I think.
Yes,
like,
I do.
How cool would this be?
But how do
to
you
make...
see it?
So why can I crouch? Oh, it's C.
Camera in the corner.
Okay.
Keep moving.
Oh, it's pretty good. Oh, pretty good. That would be fun. Because you'd get to make it and then you'd be able to kind of place it in the world as well. Didn't these guys have, like, guns? It was an army. Why? Because I'm pretty sure the two guys that tried getting me out before were reoccurring characters.
The way out is on the other side. Try to avoid the infected. You're still weak.
Of course. So, thank you. Shit. Thank you, Bella. You've reminded me to go get more water. Hold up. Ugh. Thank you, Bella. Delicious. Delicioso. Okay, I've got to stealth through here. Okay, these are all just regular zombies. Here. Here. Is there meant to be some zombies roaming around? Because that was pretty easy.
Alright, now things are going to get tricky.
Tricky how?
You're going to have to go through the storage hold.
What the what?
It's where they keep the infected they use for research.
There's no other way around.
Sorry.
What? Yell at me. Thank you very much. Chip just looked at me and he just screamed.
Open it. Use the doors behind you. We'll go through section B. But be careful.
Why? What am I walking into?
Imagine a morgue where
They're all screaming.
everything moves and wants to kill you.
Fuck, great.
Spooky.
You use the cameras to see me, right?
Hey, Em, how you doing? Welcome in.
Was anyone else watching?
Maybe.
And then I guess I better hurry.
You're going to have to find your way through.
I guess this will have to do.
Three. Fuck. Immediately just forgot how to... I thought I had to equip it, but I already had it equipped.
The door's straight ahead.
Surely these are going to break as well, right? Oh, there's more. Okay.
Take the lift up. There's an evacuation tunnel up there.
Not opening.
I'm working on it. Damn it. Someone must have locked it. Wait. Let me try the emergency override. All right. The elevator is coming. But other doors are opening too.
Alright, a few zombies.
Come on! Come on!
That's right. I'm just... Oh, that was a head. Just ripped off a head. Interesting. I got an ad for deworming medication. Are you sure this is an Abajo simulator game?
What the?
Look, there's no promises. There's no promises. It's John the Beast time.
What just happened to me?
Man, I forgot that he's that's the whole point of this game, right? He's somewhat infected with the same.
The elevator. Get in. Quick.
This is a big elevator. I'm doing good. Slept in, so EP day. Yeah, it was an EP day for us yesterday. We I think we didn't get out of bed until about 11, and then today
What the
we
hell is this place?
It's a research facility.
purposefully set alarms. Sounds terrible.
One of the test subjects.
So, but just so we woke up on time and in time, and then also when we have to go to work
going
tomorrow,
on?
it's not going to be a
Someone wants
huge
to get away.
stress for us. But yesterday was our EP day. We're glad you could have an EP day today, Em. Infected with worms, you say?
For me to go.
Look, we don't know what he's infected with. It could be
You
worms,
need to get out any way you can.
Shit.
potentially. Who is to say? Lots of human interactions yesterday has me tired, so that is fair. That's fair, Em. Take it easy. Just an R&R day today. Alright, let's do... Went to both my family thing and my parents' thing for Easter. Oh. Family thing and partners thing, not parents. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot.
Lockdown protocols have been initiated.
I'm gonna climb this side. Yep. 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 God, it's dark. It's hard for me to see. Here? Yep. Up here. There we go. In we go. I'm so damn tired. I was working on my project till 3 AM this morning, debugging the save load of triggers, load variables, door status, and quest tracker. I put on a movie and then finally slept around 6, then up at 11, back into it. The quest tracker was bloody hard though. It took me most of the time. Got it working for an hour today. Huzzah. Hate save systems. Yeah, save systems suck. There's so many issues. And the thing is as well, when you play as well, you'll be like, oh, I need to fix this and need to fix that. Oh, the doors are closed. Okay. But then when players actually get their hands on the game, they'll do things and things will break and... I see. There we go. You good? Okay, we're good. But no, it's good to get, yeah, that initial bit out of the way, and then it'll just be bug fixes from there, I think. But that sucks. Also a big cleaning day. I have inspection this week. Oh, yeah, actually, that reminds me, we've got an inspection coming up as well. I think it's next week. Not excited for that. Not excited. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to preempt as much as possible. If shit wasn't randomized, it would be 100%. Yep. Feel that. We passed the tutorial. That isn't a budget game at all. That's the thing. This is a learning project. I'm very much learning how to better organize things for my next one, which is good. Yeah, that's awesome, Scott. I'm so,
Finally.
I'm keen to see the finished thing as well. I'm very excited.
Hey, are you there? Do you copy?
Did you make it?
I'm outside, if that's what you mean.
Tell me what you see.
Trees.
A trail, mountains. Where the hell am I?
Castor Woods, a small town in the Western Alps.
Are you shitting me? Europe?
I'll explain everything. But right now, you need to get to safety. The infected are everywhere.
So where do I go?
That's cool.
Downhill. Follow the trail. When you reach the edge of the forest, you'll see an old monastery. I'll meet you there.
Wait. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Hello? Hello? Great.
We're in Europe. Jesus. Did I open that? No. Oh. Sick. Oh shit, Marty, I'm gonna get night shift next pay. I want to be spooked. Aha! Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you pick it up, if and when you pick it up, let me know how you go as well. I always like to get people's feedback and see what they think. Neon. I'm sure if this lady intends to cure you. Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably not. What's over here? Down. Search. Search here. I know, I'll pick you up. Oh. This looks sick. This game felt quite Far Cry to me. Oh, really? Is that the same feeling that you got from number 2 at all? Because as far as from what I've seen, this was meant to be more horror, I guess, compared to the second one. But I could be wrong. So apparently the Night Shift is similar to 2 games I've played on Steam, Dead Space, I can see that, and also Peak. Yeah, so how Steam does its recommends, or like when you click on a game and shows you, it kind of like picks the two or three most popular games from your library, and then goes from there. Oh, here. Hey, Itchy Dot, how you doing? I'm having a great day, thank you. Oh, how's your day going? Number 2, that sounds like a Barger game. As in the number 2, or number 2? Hello. Oh. Yeah, not number 2, no. I honestly don't remember too much of it though. Yeah. The second one was very, I want to say like arcadey in a way, but can't even think of it. I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes it would feel arcadey, and then others it would be the best way I could put it would be it just felt very console. You know how, like, I think the difference was the first one was very orientated towards PC, like including the UI. Number 2, definitely. Okay. Open. Use decoys. Okay. Do I have? Do I have decoys? I don't know. See my dumb. Yeah, it's really odd. Yeah, you'll kind of open up or go into like a newly released indie game as well, and its suggested games will be, yeah, Dead Space or Call of Duty or something, and it kind of just doesn't really make sense. So, but it all depends on the tags that the developers use and the order of them, and then whatever else after that. It's pretty weird. Pretty chill so far, thanks. That's good, Itchy Dot. That's good to hear. I'd agree with that. I should reinstall 2, give it another go. I'm not going to bother with 1. That game just irritated me. Oh, you didn't like 1? One thing I was impressed with this game was the performance. I had 0 performance issues on day 1. Yeah, okay. I guess like I thought there would be some sort of stutter, but I'm not getting anything. I don't even know why I'm coming up this way, actually. Does Steam decide when games go on sale? I've always wanted. So there are preset sales. So the one that just passed, which was the spring sale? Spring? Autumn. Spring. Spring sale. Those ones are set by Steam, and you've got to, as a developer, you've got to opt into it. And then there are smaller sales that you can opt into. So, for example, in Australia, there's a company called Mr. Frosty or Frosty. Anyway, they did some sales over the Christmas period, just before the Christmas sales, and I was lucky enough to put the night shift into that one, but I had to reach out to them. And then once they approved, they could do all that stuff. So it's not so much Steam. Oh, and then there's the daily sales. So I could put, if I decided, I can put the night shift up for sale every, I believe, 30 days. But then I can't put it on sale immediately after a previous sale. So for example, the spring sale that just happened, I have to wait 30 days to put it on sale again. There are also other caveats as well. So if I change the price, I can't put it on sale for another, I've got to wait that 30-day period. So it's pretty good in that regard, but everything's at the developer side. A little bit hurt. Sweet cheese. Peach. I just picked it up then because I decided to support as much. Oh, M, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of the stuff is pretty much up to the developers. Steam doesn't decide prices. Steam doesn't decide when a game goes on sale outside of their own games. So like Half-Life 2, Team Fortress. Actually, that's free now. Half-Life Alyx. Holy shit, what game of theirs? Portal. Portal 2, Portal. Because Counter-Strike's free now. Team Fortress is free. Maybe the old stuff as well. But yeah, they're the only games. So any game made by Valve, they decide the price on.
To find another way in.
Okay. I'm assuming it's around the corner. Game deving is a very big brain thing I could not do. Yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot, and there's a reason why. Oh, it's over there. Oh, this side? Okay. There's a reason why studios have hundreds of people, because there's just a lot going on. Can I? Oh, thank you. I did 3D modeling at uni and was like, bro, what the heck? Yeah, I've dabbled. So I went to SAE, and it's kind of like a fast track in a way, but you learn everything. So we learnt modeling, we did coding, we did design. I'm sure there's other things that I just can't think of off the top of my head. And I've dabbled previously with Blender and stuff, but I hadn't really like done anything properly.
Hey, do you copy? Hello?
But then when, I did uni and the night shift,
I'm on my way.
a lot of,
In the meantime,
there's probably a good like 50% of the stuff that's in the night shift I did myself. I'm not very good at doing characters or organic-y looking things. I'm okay at doing, I can do hard surface stuff. So like, you know, for example, this, I can do that. See, that's probably more of an organic-y thing that I just couldn't do well. I could give it a go, but it wouldn't be great. I'm an uneducated hack, learning by doing. Yeah. Yep. And that's pretty much what SAE was as well, was that a lot of that was you did it all yourself. It's weird. It's a uni, but it wasn't a uni. It was I wonder if I could have crouched then did a little roll. Maybe. What this? Nothing. But the teachers were facilitators. They weren't teachers.
Generator. Okay. One step at a time.
But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. Learned a lot. And then there's a lot of stuff afterwards that we learned as well. That everything was pretty much self-taught. Nothing was handed to you. Did I learn Updog? I did. Oh my god. Ow. I kind of did learn Updog. I learned a little bit about D's as well. These nuts. Got him. But no, I didn't learn about D's. Or Updog. I want to make my own 3D print files for cosplay, but need to learn. I think that's another thing as well. So you would need to, with that, get dimensions, and then the program that you use, make sure that the dimensions are accurate enough for you or whoever as well. But I think that would probably be the cheapest way and the best way. If I was cosplaying, I would suggest doing it that way as well. Yeah. Designing, you love designing characters but can't do hard surface stuff. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I can't do it. I don't know what it is. That's where I'm interested in UE 5.7, the procedural foliage. Yeah, they're doing a lot. Unreal's doing a lot with their procedural stuff. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Thank you. Sweet cheese. Facilitating learning setup. Yeah. My friend studied game dev as his degree, and I have been like, bro, make a game, buddy. Just try. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of people do it, but it is difficult to make something on your own, especially because a lot of people just do, when they think game dev, they think it'll either be the fun stuff or they just want to be a designer, which is fair, or they just want to do coding, which is fair. And then there's different types of coding as well. So there's, gameplay, there's back end, there's, tech art things. You just want to make, pretty shaders. You just want to do code to make reflections look nicer. You want to do code to make, blood splatter procedural in a way. Like there's so many different codes as well, or coding styles and areas where people want to do coding, that it's really hard when anyone wants to become a game dev. It's kind of like it's difficult. It's difficult because if you're a designer and you're not technically challenged, if you're technically challenged, so you can't do code, it's going to be really hard to make a game. And it's going to be hard for you to wrap your head around how things get sliced. Oh, intestines. Nice. I dig it. This one seems more violent as well. I like it. More violent than the second one. What's over here? Yeah, so hopefully your friend can do it. That'd be cool. But yeah, there's different. It's always hard. Always hard if you're not kind of a jack of all trades in a way. Making a game has. Oh, I'm a little bit behind chat actually. Hang on. Oh, why is my I can do that. Sick. Hey Nerf, how you doing? Sorry, I completely missed that. Welcome in. D's++ is hard to master. It sure is. Yeah, the scaling would be the hard part. Maybe start with a 3D body scan. Yeah. If I can be smart enough, I can make an entire digital model of myself that I can use it to scale stuff. Ooh. Just vibe code a game, bro. It's easy. I think as well, a lot of people not knowing how to do code or design will probably then, especially now and moving forward, will probably use ChatGPT. I know people have used GPT for code and even Grok as well. Both are kind of good to give you an idea, but none of that code should really be used in a production sense, because it's really kind of gathering resources from across the board, and how each project works. You know, your lead or the lead coder will have a set way of wanting the project to be laid out, whether it's code or whatever. And if it's not your code, it's much harder to debug and to understand in a way than if it's your own. And if you're copy pasting it from GPT, anyway, so basically that kind of, it's good for newcomers to kind of understand. But I can see a lot of problems with people using GPT to just kind of rely on games as well. It's going to be balked. We kind of see that already on Steam at the moment with a lot of AI slopped games. Making a game has way more challenges than just doing the course, she says, as she is also someone who started game dev. Oh, Jantha, I didn't realize you did game dev. Exciting. But yeah, there's a lot more challenges, as you said. So many. Yep. Yes. Yeah, I am story writing and character making person. I know coding, but can struggle. Yeah. Yep. Solo dev is fucking hard, really fucking hard. Yes. Yes, it is. My big thing at the moment is that I'm not a great writer, so the actual game concept is part of what makes it hard to decide what to do. Yep. I think for me, for my next one is I've kind of got the outline of what I want. I just need to spend some time to also do all the little things in between. But I also kind of want to make it a better story than, so with the night shift, there is a kind of change halfway through, and it's because I didn't go in thinking, oh, the story of this from the start is this is what it's going to do. I kind of had an idea, but I got to a point and I was like, well, actually, this thing now doesn't make sense. And you get to a point and it's, I kind of had to retroactively, once I did everything, I had to kind of go back and change a lot of things. But it's not as smooth as I'd wanted it to. So I think with this next one is to be hopefully a little bit of a better writer, or at least tell the story better. Better than and a little bit smoother than what's in the night shift. So I only know CSS, HTML, Java, and C++. And that's more than me. So I think if you helped your friend, I think the two of you could be pretty good. That's a pretty good team there. Someone that you can do, maybe not so much the hard style, the hard surface things, but at least you've got, it's not hard to find. I think it's harder to find the types of characters and models, character models that you want as a game dev compared to environment props that you want. Very easy. Like if I went onto the Unreal store or the Unity store and I was like, I really want a staircase that looks exactly like this, you will find 20 of them. But if you're like, oh, I actually want a zombie that looks like this, but I don't want this type of clothing. I want it to be, I want it to actually be like a high schooler zombie, or I want it to be a nurse zombie. Those things will be harder to find. So I think you having those skills to do that would be pretty cool. Let's get back. It's kind of like saying I want to be a scientist. Yeah, so what kind? 100%, Curry, 100%. I've done group coding projects and they suck so much. Everyone tries to lay it out their own way. Yes. Yeah. So I think in group coding ones, someone should really be, or in just any project, especially on the creative side, you need to have a lead for that project. So if it's a code-based project, you need to have a lead coder or someone that's at least taking charge, and you would then they would have to sort out how the project's going to be planned out and what kind of methodologies the code base is going to be using and all of that. It gets a bit messy when that doesn't happen, and then people kind of do their own thing, and then it doesn't link up nicely, and then things need to be refactored, and it's just a waste of time then at that point. So also done assignments where we are given broken code and had to solve it as fast as possible. Hated that. I've done a couple of those and they suck. Absolutely. Yeah, I did a double degree of game dev and generic software engineering. Previous job wasn't specifically making games, but many projects were essentially games, but for educational purposes. Ah, yes, the old edgy games. That's awesome. I had no idea, Jantha. How exciting. Yeah, that's really cool. Did you have any I guess want or need to get back into doing game stuff? I'm not sure what you're doing now. You might actually be doing that, but was that a thing that you wanted to kind of get back into? Because that's exciting though, having that kind of education behind you. Very cool. So most of what I've done have been VR apps, actually. Oh, that's pretty cool. It does suck though that now there's a little bit of pull getting away from VR in a way, with the whole metaverse kind of collapsing and Meta shutting that down in a way. So that does suck. But I think for education purposes, VR, I've seen a lot of cool applications where VR has been used for things like that. Keeping up with software engineering trends and implementation of AI tech is my day job. Yeah, we still need to talk. Hopefully, we get some spare time at PAX. It'd be cool to just kind of chat about that, because when you brought it up in Bella's stream, I think it was Bella, that was really cool to how you kind of spoke about it. So yeah, I'd be down to lunch at Five Guys, 100%. The project scope and story changed and developed. I love the mannequins in Night Shift, by the way. They move in a really cool way from watching others. Yes, so with that, I went through like 3 or 4 different mannequin models before setting on that one, and then even then I had to kind of bring it over to, like, I paid for it, brought it over to Blender, and I still had to kind of change things because a lot of the, what was it? On the male mannequin was fine. It was the female mannequin, and the pivot wasn't right for it or something. I don't know. Something wasn't, I forget what it was, but something was incredibly wrong with it. So any animation that I put on it made it really warped. And sorry, I'll try and continue playing because I know it's not fun looking at the ground. Anyway, yeah, I had to take it into Blender and kind of play around, and that was a new experience for me. And then I had to retarget it, and it was a whole bunch of stuff. Ooh. Get out. That was the weakest kick ever. The weakest kick. Okay. Ooh. I'm a little bit behind on chat, actually. Also, sorry for yapping. I just don't get to talk about my coding and degree stuff. No, it's 100% fine, Em. I love chatting about it as well. As you can see, I can talk about it for quite some time, and I'm also don't I don't want anyone else to get bored. Not biased at all, but if you know C++, then Unreal Engine might be your jam. You can use Blueprints for visual coding. Yeah, Blueprints in Unreal Engine are amazing as well. There's just so much to it now where you can kind of like, if you know the basics of, fucking chip fur. If you know the basics of, the basic logic and just how things go, Blueprints is super easy to understand. Hey FP, welcome in. I'm a little bit behind. Just a little bit behind on chat. But welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice Easter, by the way, as well, FP. I'm currently unemployed, because that workplace didn't renew my contract. The tentative goal was to make a game before my savings run out and I have to go back to work. But I've spent the last 2 years just working on my art and animating skills because that's stuff I didn't get to do a lot of while working. That's awesome. Yeah, I think a big thing as well, Jantha, is you could definitely like work on something small and put it out. The issue is if you're going to rely on it for financial, that's a whole lot more pressure for you, and I think unless it's an amazing idea that's never been done before, you won't get that kind of financial back as quick as you wanted, just because there's so much competition and the bar for indie games now, like even Night Shift, like it's not amazing, it's nothing new, there's nothing crazy about it, but when you're kind of making things, you're like, wow, this is going to make so much money, and then it kind of goes out and you're like, oh well, it kind of like humbles you in a bit. Not that I was expecting I was going to make millions and millions, but it kind of gets to a point where it's out there, you're kind of seeing everything else come through and you're like, oh actually, oh okay, but there is a bar, and I think there's somewhere between like 3,000 to 5,000 new games on Steam each and every day. So yeah, there's that kind of, you've got that, holy shit, you've got that competition side, and then you've got the quality side, and then the fun side. There's all these different sides that kind of, and the issue is you might make an amazing game that no one has ever played before. But then there's the whole marketing side of it too, and if you don't market it correctly, or you don't get that right kind of spark, you kind of lose it there as well. I think if you were to make a project for fun, and kind of hope that kind of picks up, that would be awesome. But yeah, if you're kind of relying on it on reasons, you've got to kind of really spend that time on it, because otherwise it's just gonna be at the bottom, unless yeah, as I said, it's that golden mechanic, or what is it now, the friend swap kind of games where it's the peak and what is it, you got repo. Yeah, anyway, those type of games. But yeah, sorry, I'll try and read as much of this through my head. Are you aware of the grants you can apply for? Oh, that's right, there are grants as well. They do have a kind of weird, some of them do have like an odd criteria as well. But yeah, that's also an option. Oh, I was enjoying the corpses. No, Mandy, we're getting back to the corpses, I promise. Hey Lily, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice Easter. And thank you for the 7th stream streak as well. Fair, you guys are chatting. Cool. Yeah, I need to get back into coding and catch up on updates. Yes. We're all used to sitting on pause screen. That is true. I got to remember that a lot of people are used to sitting on a pause screen. Hang on, what I'll do is you can have a look at the world. Well, not that close though. I do forget that everyone is kind of used to that now. Apologies. Thank you, Nerf. Yeah, I didn't want the game dev to be the main income goal because that's fuck. Yeah. I want to make something for the fun of making it, and then I'll go back to find a part-time job or something to help with living costs. Yes. Same reason I'm not trying to have streaming as the income either, just for something fun. Oh, 100%, 100%. I think, yeah, it's weird because games brings in more money than movies and music and what every other industry, creative industry. Just to preface the creative industry, it brings in the most, and yet it is the one that struggles the most, which is really sad. Like really sad, because like every day you kind of wake up and there's, as someone who's in the games industry professionally and obviously, you know, on the side with the night shift as well, but professionally, each day I kind of wake up and I'm like, I hope there's not layoffs at the studio that I work at, because that would be depressing, and I don't know what I'd do. And, you know, Zuna and I talk about it often as well. And obviously that'll be something that we have to talk about if that ever happens, and hoping it doesn't. I mean, at the moment, everything seems to be fine, but who knows? Who knows? But yeah, having game dev at the moment in this economy sucks. Having it as the main income, at least. But yeah, making something fun and on the side could be cool. I'd like to see what kind of ideas and stuff you kind of able to make as well. Also, more game devs. Whilst it is, yes, more competition, it's all friendly competition, right? We've all got to work together and all of that. So, yeah. Okay. I think it's good within me to make something really good, and with the connections that I've got, I have the potential to make a bit of money if it's something good and a novel idea. However, I'm realistic in that. I'm still learning. 100%. I think the best thing from my experience at the moment is to be kind of realistic about what you're making as well, and with, you know, your skills and the connections and basically just you as a person, how the end product's gonna be. And I think, yeah, like if the product is good and the experience is fun, I think if you're a game dev and you've got connections with, you know, streamers and a wide range of people at all different levels, I think it'll be word of mouth at that point, right? But where for me, it was, I didn't know anyone, so I kind of obviously like had to kind of do my own marketing, and now I know a bunch of people, but at the time I didn't. So I had to do my own marketing, and obviously the night shift at the start was a little bit rough. There were a few issues that are nutted out, but it's, yeah, having those initial connections and that all of that is great. It's almost like a job, right? It's not what you know, it's who you know. And yeah, you could, thankfully in the game space, if you made a shit game and you knew people and they you know pushed it, you wouldn't really sell. You know, there'd be people interested, but yeah. Hey, Cuck McFuck, how are we doing? Is this the second game? No, it's the third. It's not numbered. It's the Beast. So it's the third one. I assume it's Dying Light 3, but there's no number. So, more game devs is more skill in the pool that can be cross-shared. 100%. Something I want to get into is voice acting. I've always been an expressive and creative human. I've been doing content with my face and voice since I was 14. Ooh, very cool, very cool. There is a lot of, I think that's the good thing with having so many. Oh, the game just auto pause. Okay, well, no. There we go. I'll move around a little bit. I think that's the good thing about being in this creative space and having so many amazing content creators around as well is that they're also kind of wanting to dabble into that. So, for example, Scotch at the moment has, I say started, but probably kind of started around, I think it was like late last year, early this year. Started doing the voice acting stuff. Sass as well has started. And then there's a lot. You got Twosies, where Spicy at Two's Company, yeah. He's a voice actor and does stuff. You got Papa J Dub. You've got Scaroline. I'm missing a bunch. There's so many out there that will, if I'm sure if you reach out and said, hey, have you got any tips on, or like, who is there any contacts you've got for voice acting as well? I'd like to do some, rather indie work or whatever. They might be able to also help you with tips or connections as well. I think, everyone in this space as well is just so supportive. So I'm sure, if that was something that you wanted to test out or whatever, I'm sure someone would, with those connections, would help out. Word of mouth is huge. 100%. You nutted them out, did you, Marty? Yeah, 100%. There's so much Blair as well. Yes, thank you, Nerf. There is a lot of nut out there. Thank you, Em. Like, for example, I'm quite friendly with a bunch of people that are friends with Pirate Software, a lot of medium-sized streamers, a couple of big ones. I'm sure I could get eyes on what I've made quite easy. But if it's not good, that's a massive opportunity, 100%. And I think in my experience, the night shift, the experience at the start was pretty rough and not good, and a lot of bugs, and a lot of people that I emailed and reached out to experienced those bugs. And whilst when they streamed and whilst they came back with feedback, and it was very like, oh, I ran into these issues, it's still very frustrating on that kind of the viewer side, like, oh, why would I spend money on this kind of thing? So it was rough for me there. So if I guess it's one of those issues as a solo dev that you've really got to cross your I's and dot your T's. That's a saying, right? That's exactly how it is. But yeah, make a good game and hope it finds its place in a good community, and let people troll gift the heck out of it. Yes, Nerf. Yep. I appreciate you so much. I hope you know that. Also, I don't know where these lights are. If I just kind of... Oh, they're up here. Here we go. I was right next to what we needed to do anyway. So we've update. I am Jesus Christ.
Do you copy?
Has made 205k USD in 3 days.
Yeah.
I'm almost there. I'll meet you at the top of the tower.
That's nuts, Scots. That is nuts. However, that's a game made by 5 people over the course of 10 years.
Crane? Wait, just wait.
Who the hell are
Olivia,
you?
I'm the one who's been talking
What
to
do
you.
you want from me?
I want to help you.
What do you want from me?
I want you to help me get away from this place.
Were you a prisoner too?
More like slave labor. But I wasn't there as long as you. I can't imagine what you've been through. At least now you're free.
No, not yet. Not until that fucker pays for what he did to me. All the years he took from me, all the agony he put me through.
You want revenge?
Damn right I do!
But you're in no condition to go after him. And even if you could, you can't take him on alone. The Baron controls the entire valley. He has an army.
And I'll kill every fucking one of them if I have to.
All right then. I'll help you get your revenge. And you get me out of this place. But first, you need to get your health back. And I can help you with that. You need meds to rebuild your stamina. Then you'll need equipment, supplies, and allies.
Well, I'm sure that asshole's made plenty of enemies. Let's find him.
Not until you get your strength back. And for that, we need to find GSP.
What's that?
It's a biocatalyst that improves performance. We created it in the lab.
You want me to go back into that lab?
Of course not. We can harvest it from the monsters the Baron created. He was testing some in the wild, including one right near here. Speak of the devil. That Kyle should be a chimera.
But how do we get to... What did you call it?
GSB. Think of it as an energy booster.
And how do we get this booster out of it?
You're going to kill it. I'll extract it using a special device that filters it from the blood.
And this is gonna make me stronger?
Boosters circulate in their blood and make them stronger. They should do the same for you.
Should? All right, but one step at a time. First, we'll take it down, and then... we'll see.
Right. Here. This might come in handy.
That shaky cam was fucking ridiculous. I couldn't hit. Oh, it's a big boy. Okay. I didn't dodge. I didn't dodge. Come on. Oh, beast mode. Get beasted. Oh. Oh, we got zombies down here now. Okay. I healed, but I don't actually know if I need. No, I dodged. I didn't dodge. I thought I dodged. Oh. Kind of cool. That is kind of cool.
Olivia, I took it down.
All right. Now I need to extract the GSP.
What's happening?
Kyle! Look at me! Kyle! Kyle!
Stab him. I wonder if this is going to be like the Far Cry 2 malaria, where you can't do certain things, or you can't, you know, go out of bounds because then you just faint like that. And you need to often take your malaria tablets, aka stab yourself.
Kyle, it's okay. You're safe now.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm sorry.
You've been out for days. I thought I'd lost you.
What the hell happened?
That last fight spiked your adrenaline. When it dropped, so did your heart rate. So I had to inject you with GSP.
You what?
You would have died otherwise.
So you just decided
to save your life. Yes.
Fine. I do feel better.
It boosted your immune system and sped up healing. Every chimera has a different GSP, so each one will boost you in a different way.
Oh.
For now,
Yeah.
let's just focus on finding allies.
Are you feeling well enough for that?
I'm gonna have to be.
Okay, well, when you're feeling up to it, come talk to me. I put out some clean clothes for you. We have a lot to do.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Sorry, just go back onto it. That I Am Jesus Christ game, 205,000 US. Nuts. Nuts. Even if it, 5 people over 10 years, technically, oh, not a success. That's kind of like a loss in money, but crazy. And yeah, maybe Scott's, maybe you got to make yourself a meme game. Redeemable awards. Oh, okay. Yeah, but if I redeem them now, does that mean I just have a gun to start off with? Oh, this is the stash. Ah. Okay. Yeah, they did a great job on the gore. Great job. You got a little something on your face, Marty. Just a little blood. Just a little blood. Okay, and then do I have to go here and... How do I just put clothes on? Found it. Of course. Of course, this is it. Oh, sorry, Zuna. There you go. Send it. Jesus. There you go. There you go. You don't. Alright. Groovy. More chatting. I just want to kill zombies.
Supplies. Take a look. You might find something useful.
Thanks. And I, sorry, Fancy Pants, I missed your comment. I missed the April Fool's event they did in the first game giving. I don't think I ever played during April Fools. I can upgrade. Cool. I can do that stuff. I can hop over and I can upgrade it with C. Yep. Interesting. Upgrading. Yep. Okay, I should have probably read that. That's something about the dark zone. Oh, that's okay. That's fine. We're all good. We'll craft the max of you, thank you. Because people seem to hurt. And then I will build the max of you. Your regular kicks and unarmed punches would basically send any zombie flying. That sounds pretty... that sounds pretty fun, actually.
You're getting the hang of it. You need to scavenge and loot anything you can. That's how you'll survive. You can then take what you find and craft it into weapons or tools that might just save your life.
Yep. Let me out. Let me... No, let me out.
I'm ready.
Tell me more about the
Can you
Baron.
tell me about the Baron?
His name is Marius Fisher. He's a narcissistic sociopath, but also kind of a genius. Before the outbreak, his family owned a biotechnology company. A big one. And he's using it to turn the virus into something even more dangerous.
Why?
Power. Whoever controls the virus controls the future. He's experimenting on humans like they're lab rats.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Just know you're not the only one. He's kidnapped hundreds.
So where can I find him?
At his family estate. Basically a fortress protected by a private army.
Now, I don't care how high his walls are or how big his army is. I'm gonna find him, and I'm gonna fucking kill him.
We have to be smart about this. Take it step by step. While I try and locate other chimeras, you need to gather allies.
How the hell do I do that?
There's a small town not far from here. There might be some survivors there. Also, I noticed some smoke. Could be a campfire. Probably worth a look. I'll mark it on your map. Take this device. Use it only when you encounter a new chimera. Extracting a booster from the same variant is a waste of time.
How many chimeras will I need to kill?
Every new strain will make you stronger and enhance your abilities. But it's up to you. Stop when you feel strong enough.
Okay.
It extracts two samples. A clean booster injection for you, and a blood sample for me. By studying those strains, I hope to discover what makes each variant unique and what the Baron is trying to achieve.
Cool. I've already unlocked skills. Okie dokie. Drop kick. Stealth. Drop kick. Active landing. Drop kick. I have no quest. Sweet. If I recall, the Excalibur sword had a similar effect. So I did do the Excalibur sword. I did do like the first one had so many Easter eggs. Get out of here. So many Easter eggs. Wait, can I go up the top now? Not you. Here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, so I probably shouldn't go down that way. Oh, there. That's what I need. Yeah. Their energy promotion was drink water. Love it. I love that the game really said, Marty, no window jump, buddy. Oh. Whee! And now we're out and about. Do we have a map, though? Oh, we do. I can zoom out. And I can kind of... Oh, okay, so it does use the... How do I just move around? Okay, that one. Oh, I like how it's on a pamphlet. That's really cool. Okay, so this national park area just seems to be this whole area. So I need to go to you. Investigate the smoke, then investigate the town. Cool. Can do that. That's this one. There is a lot more zombies, though.
Knowing how to craft tools and weapons is just as important as knowing how to fight. There are useful pieces and parts everywhere. Master the art of crafting, you'll master the art of survival.
Yeah, I know this part.
Oh. Oh. We're going beast mode. Wild. I kind of hope that doesn't automatically take over all the time, because I would like to... I would like to kind of like do it on my own accord, I guess. Oh, no. Alright. It said B for binoculars. Okay. How much do these really do? I assume later on that it highlights things, maybe? Alright, down we go. There is a car over there, though. Amazing. I'm gonna try if I can kick him into the river. What does that do? Kind of curious. We go here, and then... And then... Go around, jump. So fun fact, kills them immediately. Nothing. Cans. Cool. Oh, I killed you as well. I just need to go across here, actually.
Olivia, lots of biters out here.
They're slow, but in large numbers they can be dangerous. Keep your distance so they don't swarm you.
Keep your distance. Nope, I've got an idea. Come on. There's only one way to deal with this many. Come on. Aggro a bunch of them. Come on. Come on. I could attack them. I could. Oh. Get in there. And then... Zuna, how dare you? Oh, I heard another zombie. Where are you? There you go. Get. Thank you, Em. Thank you. So I think this is going to be my new way to kill zombies. Into the river. Let's do these ones too. Not that I need to, but let's just do it. Whee! It's kind of fun. Hey Gub, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Did you have a good Easter? Shit. Shit. Okay, yep. I done goofed. Done goofed. I generally forgot it was Easter. Oh no. Well, happy late Easter. And in you go. Ow, ow, ow. I'm gonna be lurking while I do some running. No, go do that. Go do that. Ugh. You stuck? What's happening here? Okay. Yeah. In you go. And then you're just here, but if I... There we go. Done. Look at that. Ease. Now I think... Can I... loot? Ah, yep. Look at that. Look at that. So I've noticed this mode doesn't actually highlight much for me. So, what are you doing? It's so good. Oh, so 2 kicks just kill them as well. Okay, that's okay. Oh. 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 Oh, there's a dude down here. Get up. He's dead. Okay, yep, we're good. We're good. This is fine. It's so stupid. What was that? Zuna? What was that? Oh, did they just follow me into the... Okay. Okay. Goodbye eyesight, I just got sweat in my eye. Oh no. That's the worst. Have you ever had... It's probably... I don't know what it is, but I know previously when I have... gone exercise or whatever, sometimes you get a little bit of sweat, but it stings your eye. I don't know exactly what that is. Missed it. Oh, that was power kick. Missed it. Literally, what's the point of doing anything else when you can just kick? Get out of here. Go on. It's so stupid. So dumb. Come here. Okay. We're good. Why does it always hurt so much, man, when I cry? Or eyes water, it always thinks. Always! I don't know what it is. Oh, I don't know what it is. So you just lay on the floor in front of a zombie. Just waiting. Waiting. Oh, I could have... Okay, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Huh, that makes sense. Okay, hang on. Oh, there's a few zombies. Tree does nothing. Tree does nothing. I forgot noise brings them. We're good. We're fine. We're good. Come on. Sick. And then you curse your eyebrows for failing the one task they have. Oh god, if that was what it was, that would be... Okay, so... Oh, there's a bunch of them. Okay. I should probably stop making noise. If I do the run around, do the run around, do the run around. Yep, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Yep, we're good, we're good, we're good. Off you go. Oh, I don't want beast zombie mode. Ah. Also, it's funny being in your stream after interacting with you as type messages for a good while. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit behind there. Oh, he was electricity based. Huh. He had some wires around him.
Mayday! 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 We're under attack at the town hall. Something is trying to get in and we can't.
Not bothering him.
Olivia, you hear that?
The town hall. It's in the city center.
I need to get in here
Like there
somehow.
are survivors there.
I just hope I can get there in time.
Good luck.
Oh, is this a timed one? Oh. Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait, what? Have I Did I fail that one? There's a tower over here. Hey, Tubby, how we doing? Welcome in. Go. There we go. Up. Up, up, up. And I got nothing. Nothing. Okay, we go to the No, lurk away. I'm good, man. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. So I need to go up there, I believe. Yep, there we go. And then up here. Over here. Drop you down. Then I can get up here. Neat. Radio. What do you do? Oh, that's cool. has a little safe zone, so I don't have to go back to the monastery. So I can make some fire arrows, but I don't have a... Yeah, map doesn't seem huge, but it seems big enough. I assume there's a second area. Most of the time there's a second area, right? In both Dying Light games. So I need to do my workout or clean, but brain says no. It's one of those days. I think Zuna and I are the same. We need to do a few things, house chores and stuff, but we are just... It's a public holiday, so we've decided not to. Alright, let's go to this town hall. I feel like it's gonna... Oh. So it didn't end up investigating this smoke. I don't think. Unless it just wanted me to kill all the zombies. Fishies. I'm not sure I'll ever complete Dying Light 2. The whole, oh no, it's dark now. So now you're gonna be a zombie. Can't put me off the game. Yeah, I finished 2. It was a little bit of a letdown in terms of...
To survive out in the open, you need to take advantage of the terrain. Most fighters can't climb, so getting up
A bit of a disappointment in terms of what they marketed as and then what it was.
tight spaces to keep them from following you.
But I put my schedule out for this week. Planning our shift for Friday. Ooh, very exciting. Very exciting. I'll have to pop by. So this way, right? Yep. Whee. Can I kick you off the edge? I can. Goodbye. That one, not so much. Not so much. That's okay. There is a lot more zombies, though. Jeez. This is wild. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed the parkour and the combat. But I also did that in the first game. Yeah. I felt the parkour in 2 was a little bit floaty as well. And I think that's why I think it's a little bit for the console side of it there. Open? There we go. Trying to account for the the fails. Whereas the first one was very like, if you fail, boopies. Oh, the sound in this is amazing. Oh! Off you go. Oh, same pole. Okay. Alright. Marty, you getting lots of friends is good. If you stop kicking them, they may like you. I don't want them to like me, though. I don't want them to like me, because they bite me. Megastore America? So is this... Oh, cool. Ah, numerous infected. Right. Okay. Oh! I wonder. I didn't think that would work, but here we are. Oh. Are you a tower that I can... Okay. Right. So I can see what happens here. I'm gonna get to there and it's gonna hit nighttime and then I'm gonna have to run I assume... the tower seems like a good place that I'd have to run back to. Let's go. Let us go. Ooh. Down, down, down. Pile of leaves. Ow. I missed jumping on zombies' heads. I don't know what game that was. Was that one? Up, thank you. I love that wrestling dropkick. Yeah, so do I. Maybe I should try playing it with a controller instead. I played 2 with mouse and keyboard, but it still just felt very... I don't know. I really don't know what it was. It just... I don't know. I think I enjoyed it for the most part, but then Zuno and I tried to recently get into it on the multiplayer side, and it just felt... it just didn't feel the same. Whoa! Okay. We are not in. Okay. Oof. Okay. Here we go. We're up and over. We're in.
What the hell happened here?
Gun. Take the gun. 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 Don't kick it. Take it. Take the gun. Thank you. Okay. Gimme? God, it's dark as well. Like, I just... That was fucked. Literally can't see anything. Can I take this flashlight? I don't have... I'm literally just going from this senses thing. Okay, we're good. We pick you up. And we'll just... Okay. Ow. I assume this is going to be where I have this boss fight, because this seems very boss fight sized. Off me. Oh, I just had a gun. There we go. There we go. There it is. Oh, that's a...
Fuck, here we go.
Come on. Of course. Oh. Lol. Eh. Fuck. Oh, okay. Here we go. Almost out. There we go. Yep. Ow. The old one shot. Looks so good though.
Olivia, I'm at the town hall. I killed another chimera.
A chimera? There?
Yeah. It stormed right into the hub.
What's the situation now?
A few dead. Most of them the Baron's men.
What were they doing there?
No idea.
All right. Time to extract the GSP and get my blood sample.
Okay.
You want to inject it while it's fresh. Are you sure you still want to do this? We can always take it slow and see how fast you recover without it.
No, fuck that. If this is what I need to do to take that bastard down, so be it.
Stabby, stabby. The music is great.
Hey, open up. It's all clear out here. Says the guy who just saved your collective asses.
Are you with the Baron?
I'm not with anyone.
What do you want?
I want you to open the damn door.
Let's just see who it is.
Jeez, not too trusting, are we?
Which is why we're still alive. Thank you, stranger. We appreciate the help, but I'm afraid all you did was delay the inevitable. We were attacked by a beast, unlike anything we've ever encountered. It destroyed all our defenses.
The UV lights don't work?
Not since the backup system went down.
Our sheriff set out to restore it, but that was quite a while ago.
Where'd he go?
She was headed for the tower.
Well, if she's still alive, maybe I can help her. Stay here.
New base points. What do I got? Heavy lift. Furious charge. That one seems good.
Olivia, do you copy? I made it to the town hall. A lot of people here.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna help get the power back on here.
Winning hearts and minds. That's exactly what you need to do.
Was that all?
Oh, was that there before?
Thought I had to kill
Missed that.
monsters too.
So could I have jumped up this one beforehand? I never looked at this. I feel like I could have then. Right? Yeah. Go.
Motherfucker snuck up on me.
What do you mean? Enemies nearby. Is it that enemy that's down there? Alright. Old world money. Alright, are you all good now? Do you want to speak? There we go.
I'm looking for the sheriff.
She's up top, but this biter broke the damn ladder.
I'll manage. You okay here?
Oh yeah, great. Here, you're going to need this a lot more than me.
What was it? Up his slamming. Okay. Oh, up. Up there. No. Here. Here. Then here. Then along. Then up. Okay. Alright. Yeah, there. There. Across. There. Yep. Just putting my hand in bird poop. And we go up. Okay. Ups to daisies.
Whoa, 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 hold it. I'm a good guy.
Prove it.
The name's Kyle. Your friend sent me. I'm here to help.
And what if I don't believe you?
Well, you could shoot me, but then I wouldn't be able to help you.
Can't afford to waste the ammo.
Does that mean you want my help?
I could use a hand. I need to get the backup system working.
You want me to climb down there and reset the power?
If you do, I'll cover you.
Deal. Just promise not to shoot me.
I find with another thing that I was thinking of as well is they had the star power of Rosaria Dawson in number 2. But one thing that I was just thinking of... Oh, okay. One thing I was thinking of was the dialogue. And it was super cheesy in the first one. And it seems rather cheap. Oh, not cheap. Oh, no. No, no. There's an enemy. Oh. I don't think I've ever seen a game kind of do gore like that. Like, that's a brain. That's pretty cool. I dig that. Goes to show how little I remember. Yeah, it was, it had Rosaria Dawson as one of the characters, but they kind of, like, pushed her a lot.
Shit, now what? The monster must have shredded the cables.
Of course. Yeah, the dialogue in this is what you'd expect. Okay, connect. Yeah, oh. Does that mean there's a fucking wire behind me? Oh no. Yeah? Oh yeah. Oh, they're climbing. Okay. Yep. I think the other thing as well is a big part of the first one, a lot of the voices was it New Zealand or or not Australian, but they were Kiwi or similar, if I remember correctly. This one, and that was class in like Turkey as well, I believe, or Istanbul or something. How do I... Can I just jump up here? Yep. There we go.
Okay, bossy.
South African. Was it South African voices? Theo, I swear it would sometimes come across Kiwi.
Yeah.
I'm Florence.
Hey, you're not from around here, are you, Florence?
I'm from Texas originally. My husband was an MP, stationed in Stuttgart when the shit hit the fan.
Is that why they call you the sheriff?
Hey, Sada,
That
welcome
and
in.
the
How you
fact that I
doing?
kicked butt. Come on, we better get back to my people.
There was at least 2 zombies running towards and climbing, so...
Town hall's secure. Thanks for the help.
No problem.
I'm guessing this ain't your first rodeo?
No, ma'am.
Good thing you heard our distress
Dead Island
call.
is the one I'm thinking
We were
of.
lucky.
Yep.
Not all of us.
Not Dying Light. The other Dead game with zombies.
Oh, shit.
Sorry, Sheriff. I let you down.
You didn't know such thing.
It's a fresh bite. We just need some antizin and we can...
Antizin. We haven't seen any of that in years.
But we have UV, shrooms,
And hopes and prayers and positive vibes, like any of that shit works. Sheriff, I just want you to know, it's been an honor.
Wait! Why the hell would he do that?
To keep us safe. I'm going to need some volunteers to prepare him for burial.
We're losing too many good people, Sheriff. Death or exile can't be our only 2 options. There has to be another way.
I wish there was, Jacob. But there isn't.
I know you think you're protecting us, but...
That's right. I'm protecting us. Once you're bitten, that's it.
No, that's not true. With proper treatment, he...
What treatment? From where? We're alone out here. Look, Kyle, I appreciate your help, but we have rules, and everyone here abides by them. If I was the one bitten, I would have done the same thing.
Are you 2 finished? Because we don't have time for this shit. We're not safe here. Not with that monster up there.
Rangers, I want sentries posted. And extra guards on the generators. We're sitting ducks if those UV lights go out again.
I'm not sure that's enough. That thing is more dangerous than anything we've seen before. What do we do if it comes back?
Comes back? What do you mean? I already killed it.
You didn't kill the beast. You killed a different monster.
There's another one?
When I was up in the tower, I saw it take off across the rooftops. If we're lucky, maybe it'll move on.
Luck isn't something we've been blessed with lately.
All this talk isn't making us any safer. Let's just do what needs to be done.
Come find me later. My room's upstairs. I have something I'd like to talk to you about.
Okay. Yes, the Dead Island was the one I was thinking of, not Dying Light. Yep. I'm good, thank you, Sada. I'm glad you're good too. Did you have a nice Easter-ish? I was watching a game this morning and it was a weird mix of South African Kiwi and AI. Ew. You know, in a weapon with mod sockets. Assume it's this one. Hover and press. Yep. Press F. Oh, okay. Applied. Right. Okay. Guy shoots himself and everyone turns around like, did you say something, dearie? I do have to say, I am enjoying the interactions where, because Kyle would have last been, you know, had the antizen and all of these ways to kind of combat the infected, and this one, it seems like, because it's been so long, people are that's not a thing. So it's almost, and then we've got these new kind of beasts as well.
You're not going to be the one doing the cleaning, right?
Hmm.
Here I am. Pulling this
Meanwhile, you're
asshole
casually
brain
infected.
out of the
Yeah,
fucking joint.
weirdly enough.
Olivia, someone at the town hall got bit and took his own life. Don't you have any antas in here?
Antizan's a relic from the past. It was just a suppressant. People were still turning. And it ran out years ago.
So, getting bit means it's over.
UV light can buy some time. But you never know when it'll happen.
Maybe.
Sounds like Kyle knows something other people don't. Mesa was great as I completely ignored the holiday. Fair, Sada. Fair. 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 Anything in here to steal? Can I steal any of your stuff? Okay. Sure. Whatever.
You had something you wanted to talk about?
That creature that attacked us, it followed the Baron's men here. They were desperate for shelter, and when we opened the outer door, the monster followed them into the courtyard. It attacked them viciously and moved so quickly, and we were lucky to get away. I still don't know why it didn't attack us, but I worry it might return, and I was wondering if you would be willing to hunt it down.
Maybe. But if I do, I'd need you to do something for me.
And what might that be?
I don't know yet, but I'll let you know when I do.
The sheriff last saw it running across the rooftops. You can probably pick up its trail there. Be careful, though. Volatiles own the night. If they spot you, your only chance is to flee and find shelter in a place with UV protection. Or try to hide until it's safe.
He should have said, I know all about volatiles. Need to go. Okay. Just say it's locked. Don't give me that animation. I just got flagged for pre-diabetes, so my Easter my parents got Wagyu grade steak, which was a big one. Ooh. Delicious. Massive win. I could have pressed T this entire time. Why didn't it tell me to do that earlier?
It sure tore through here.
Where am I going?
Fresh. It ran this way. Okay, where to go from here? Looks like I'm back on track.
Son of a bitch. Rolkus, goddammit. How dare you? Hello, welcome in.
Don't try to stand and fight. Run, hide. Those things will tear you limb from limb. And even if they don't see you directly, they might see your flashlight. So be careful where you shine it.
Yeah, I know. Believe me.
So where are you going? You? Forgot that was loud. Thought it was Lil Jon. Ah, that would be a good one actually as well. Do I have to investigate that? No. Oh, but it is coming this way.
It came this way.
Shit. Didn't mean for it to... Zambi. Ow. The dark in this one is definitely more terrifying than... Okay, I believe that is a volatile down there. I might be wrong there. Safe zone discovered. Where? Where? Oh, this one? Do I have to do something for that? Get rid of all infected. Restore power. I am right next to it. Fucking hell.
Kyle, did you hear that?
Yep, I see some smoke. I'll check it out.
Why would I check it out? God, I hate the fact that this is... They're making us do this at night. Terrifying. Oh my god. Alright. We go down here. Can I... Oh, yeah. I'm going down further. I don't want that. I want to go up. God damn it. Son of a bitch. You got me. Zuna. Just cackling to yourself. I bet you're so chuffed with yourself, aren't you? Jesus. I've always thought, nah, people can't actually get fucking scared by that, surely. Yeah, I was focused. Thank you. You know what's funny though? I thought, oh, don't tell me it's this fucking repairman guy that was meant to show up this morning. I really thought it was... Oh. Hey, Amp, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh my god.
Where are you?
We're holed up in the church. It's trying to break in.
I hate that it's getting me to do this at night time. Okay. Good, bad, a kickback. Family Easter thing today. Oh, well, happy Easter. Have fun. And I'll try to have fun. So where am I going here? How far away? Not far. Still enough to be shit scared though. Fucking Zuna. Whatever. So I've still got these. Oh, I can repair them. Oh, don't mind if I do. Oh, I should actually replace that one with that. To be honest, and that one with that. Yep. Okay. And now I've got to go. Oh! Shit. Yep. I'm aware there is a chase. I'm aware. Run, 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 run. Don't have any ammo. Okay. Whew. I should have taken a few swings at those volatiles, actually. Oh, shit, they're right there. Fuck. It's just, I think it's just going to be a chase to get to thingy for sure. Or I do the old bait and switch a couple times, I think. Because yeah, there's two up there. Yep. Yep. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm here. Yeah. Yep, come see me. There we go. Yep. Fuck, he sprinted for it. Okay, I believe I'm just gonna have to run, I think. God. What's an easy way here? Over here, I think. Oh! No, I don't want to go up. Okay, I'll go up. Sure. Oh, fuck off.
It's in the basement! Oh my god!
Is it here? Yeah.
I need to find another way in.
What do you mean, another way in? Up? God, the gore in this is great, though. Not missed. Sweet. Gimme. Okay, him going this way. Oh, here we go. Of course.
Infected are are attracted to noises. Be mindful before you make a noise that could trigger them or awaken virals, such as firearms or explosives.
Of course. Oh. Of course. What am I supposed to do here? I meant to go this way. Okay. Then he goes back into forwards. Okay. Oh. Fucking tense. I don't know if that's a... They're all facing me, so I can't. I gotta wait. I gotta wait for him to go past. Yeah. This way. Whew. And then if I wait, I don't want to, and then I can break his neck. Giving sleeping grunts and Halo. I could see that, honestly. Oh, there's another one over there. Fuck, that one looks like it's a volatile though. I don't like the sound of that. Yeah, 100%. These give. Actually, I might hide. Might hide here. Whew. Tense. I think it's most tense because I feel like if I make noise and kill all of them with like explosions and guns, more will crawl out of these holes. God, the sound is great. Holy shit. Okay, I can't move back. Okay, we're good. Okay. We go up. What's this one? Oh. Oh. I meant to leave, but I don't know how to get up. How do I get up? How do I leave? Where do I get up? This bit? Nope. Nope. Oh, I can hear their little feedies going. Their little feedies. Here. Yep, found it. Up. Yep, okay. Oh my god. And then around. Oh. Cool. I thought they were the volatiles for a second there, and I thought that was going to be... Oh, okay, we're going down. I've got to climb around this entire building. Oh, shit, I do too. Something's going to happen in one of these moments where I jump across there, right? I don't want to wake up everyone, though. They're just following me. Yeah, I think I'm going to jump across one of these and someone's going to smash through the glass, right? What's happening here? Oh, Oh, no. No, no, no. No, no. Yep. This one. And then there. Then there. Yep, we're good. Then here. I don't know if I can jump on that. I am going to jump on this, though. Ooh. Can they climb this ladder? Let's see. I am curious. I don't think they can. Okay. Alright. So not there. This is the only one. Okay, I could do that. Cool. We Gucci. We Gucci. I don't know why anyone was stressing. Ooh! Come on, jump up. Oh my god, stop! Okay, I don't think I'm meant to just keep on killing them. I'm meant to go up this way. Up, 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 up. Up. Uppies? Uppies? Sideways. Uppies. Now we go uppies. A lot of climbing. Okay. I forgot, actually, thinking about it now. I do forget how much climbing there was in the first one. There's a lot of climbing in the first one. Here we go. Yep. There. Hey, it's daytime. Oh my god. Yeah, but where? Also, what's that for? Oh, I don't know what that...
The tunnel.
What's that? 40 meters. I got like a little skull and my waypoints up here. What's that? Does that mean I'm going to... Oh, yeah. What are you? 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 Oh, it looks... Gimme, gimme, Yankees. Perfect. So what were you? You had a skull. I would like to know what you were. It looked like a wallet. Oh my god, you just knew. You knew which way I was going to go. Son of a bitch. I do need to get off the ground, actually. Up. Up. Up, up, up. Ooh! Off you go. Get out of here. Okay. And then yeet. Yeet. Oh, okay. This way. The only thing I could... Oh! Shit. Oh my god. How did I manage? The only thing I can see being a problem will be how everything looks the exact fucking same in the city. Do you allow clip links of you in your chat or prepare them in Discord? You can, fuck, I actually don't know. You could post them here. That sounds fine. Or post them in the Discord, whichever you want. I think it would just be a problem if it gets too, like if everyone's posting them, and we end up clogging up the chat. But this seems fine. I got your uppies. Thanks. Thanks for getting me uppies. Is there someone I can't search here. Boo. 2 follicles. There's Zambi in there. Oh, but there's stuff in there though. Son of a bitch, get me through the door? Rude. It was a... I don't even know. Like... oh yeah. Oh, this was actually not bad. It was a time. It was a time. Screw all that, enough's enough. What good is having all I need to live in here when there's no one left to live for? I'm fed up with fear, pain, listening for them to come get me. But loneliness is even worse than the pain and fear. Worse than dying in the jaws of those monsters. Whoever you are, know that my name is Marcus Stank. And I once had a life worth living. I leave you the rest of my supplies, Wanderer. Remember me now and then. Anyway, time to open that door for good and invite the devils in. Marcus Stank. Marcus Stank. What a name. Why would... Stanky. What a name. Wild. Could you imagine having a kid or a family member or even yourself with that last name? Stank? Look, it's okay. Yeah, come get me. I'm just gonna kick you down the stairs. I'm gonna kick you down the stairs. Come on. Oh, did he? Okay. Is it you? Are you the problem? Oh! That didn't surprise me at all.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god. Marcus Stank killed me. I assume that's going to be him. I'm just going to call him Marcus Stank. Wait, I lost 100 XP for that? Do I have to do this room again? No. Okay. But I'm full health. Okay. Alright. No. Ooh. Shit. Explode. Probably don't need to do 2 of those. That seems a little overkill. Ooh. Are you coming in? Can you come in? Can any of you come in? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah. It's so funny. It's so funny kicking them that far. Can I just... Yeah, okay. So I actually can't hit you with you there. But you can hit me? Ow. Okay. I deserve that. Easy. Didn't cheese him at all. Ooh. When in doubt. Kick. It's so stupid. So dumb. Okay, wait. Is this where I'm meant to look?
I need to find another way.
Oh, he can vent? Okay. I don't like how any of them, all of the, oh, pick up this. Oh, I can just throw that. Interesting.
This way.
Yep. I'm getting there. I've got a javelin. Oh. Gimme. Gimme. Okay. I deserve that. Gimme. Oh no, that was... Okay. As soon as I can, I'm gonna chuck this. It's just, it's so good. So that's a one and done. Interesting. Come on. Come on. Okay, so I got no ammo. That's basically these. If I repair that one, I'll just get that one again. Okay. Oh, I want that gear. Does that gear let me see in the dark?
Holy fuck.
So that's cool.
Jacob, I lost it.
Hmm.
Where are you?
In a railway tunnel. Went deeper, but I couldn't follow it. Probably made it out the other end by now.
If that's the case, it's far from here. Good. Come on back. There's something else we need your help with.
Oh, fuck.
All right, onwards. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't send me in here. Oh, this way. So this is just the chase scene from 2. Wee. Yeah. Ugh. Oh no. Am I out of... Nope, there we go. That's pretty cool. I do like that, actually. You get out of here, you better run.
Olivia, it's Crane. Do you copy?
I copy. You okay?
Another creature that attacked the town hall? It's not a chimera. It looked more like a volatile, but it attacked in broad daylight.
No wonder those people were so terrified.
Something else. It seemed smarter than the others. A lot smarter. Caught me off guard. Nearly choked me out.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I've been better.
Before you go back to the town hall, can you swing by here?
Well, straight up, that's just the other body that was tested on, right?
It's about the chimeras. Just stop by when you can, okay?
In the lab, there was 2 bodies and they didn't show us the face. And he was pretty beat up. Yeah, I'll level up. He was pretty beat up. And they were giving him stuff. And that seems like the kind of power that we have in a way. Oh, I can charge kick? Power shot. Maybe do this one. So I feel, yeah, I reckon that's him. Like that. Town outskirt hive. Oh, hive for zombies, right? So I assume at nighttime I can visit at night and destroy the hive to get precious items. Right, cool. What, why did my... There we go. Zooming in and out there just kind of moved me up on chat, which was weird. Neat. So if I come back at nighttime... God, that's a bit jumpy there. Bit jumpy. Double jumpy. Alright. And I gotta go this way. Yeah, so that chase sequence was pretty much just the... Ooh, hello. Ow. Was pretty much just the same chase sequence that they had in the second one. Because it kind of put you in a similar situation where you're... Oh! No. That's not what happened at all, thank you. Yep, we're good. Up we go. Up we go. Ooh. Yep. And then, oh, I've got 2 2 objectives. What's this one? Restore power, get rid of the infected. And this is where it wants me to go. I'm not going to say no to doing that now, actually. Because the more places we've got safe zones. Didn't like that. Bit of stutter. We go. Yeah, the more safe zones means night times might be a little bit easier to navigate around. This place. Yep, we're good. That'll probably be another hive down there, I reckon. Is this safe? Sure is. Is that another hive? Yeah, it is. God, it looks so cool. So cool. But here... we go up. Yeah, all the way to the top. Tip of top. Oh, wait, how do I... how do we get up there? I'll take it. Is it this bit? Oh, yeah, there we go. Easy. Easy peasy. Go up here. Up here. Do the old wall run trick. And then outside. Yeah? No. Up. Oh. Up and there. There we go. Then here we go here. Then up. And then, oh, I still got to go up. Do I? What do I have to do here? Oh, take you. Take you and go to the top. Okay. So that's what all of this is going to be. Hey, Zach, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're well. Okay, so this works, but it's not using... Joke. Yeah. Oh! We're back. We're back. Hello. We're back. I'm not... My voice is coming through. What did you touch? I opened up Wavelength. Wavelink, the app for Elgato stuff, but I usually... I haven't had that open all day. So, no, I think it was just coincidental, Zach. I think it was just coincidental. Yeah, I don't know what that was because I haven't had this this app open all day. And now all of a sudden, anyway, we don't have to blame Zach anymore. But also, thank you for making me stand up, by the way. It's kind of rude. There we go. Also, for that, Zach, you get... Get danned. Get danned. I'll sick chip on your ankles. Is Ian with you, by the way? That was lovely. Thank you. You're welcome, Zach. Easier than looking out for my own. Zach, no. No, please look out for your own. Please. I am surprised. Appreciate it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. This is different, though, so I assume this one here is different. Of course. Of course. And this goes around. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Out. Thanks, Zuna. Thanks, Zuna. Appreciate it. Thank you, Zuna. Thank you. Thank you, Zuna. Just rebooting everything. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Got some pretty sun on your handsome face. Aw, shucks. Thank you. Yeah, no, I do. It's kinda a little blinding. Actually. TBH, it's a little blinding. Thank you, Zuno. Appreciate it. You're just having a great time out there. The sun will dry you out. Thank you. Yeah, you must be having the best time. Yeah, nothing here. Some scoops. An extinguisher. Anything else? You. Gimme. Gimme. Nothing over here. Ooh, actually, if I redeem these, okay. I thought it was more of a, it's in my stash already, but no, I actually had to. And then if I dismantle some of these basic ones that you can't see behind my head. How much damage are these making? Oh, that's a limited shotgun. If I get rid of that. And then I think this steel bat, if I break that down. See, this also does the same amount. Can I break that down too? I can. I can break that down. But it's rare. Actually, no, I can upgrade it, can't I? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Let us keep that. Let me get rid of this bad boy. Okay. Okay, Ouija. And then here, we can... Okay. We can... modify, right? Modify. Okay, we can't do anything here with that. We can repair it a little bit. Okay, so you can't actually get these to the next one. Gotcha. Okay, we'll do that one, and I don't have any ammo, so that. There we go. Oh, wait, no, that's the one I did have ammo for. Yeah, okay. So this one's all done now, yep. Old Town. Okay. Dark Zone. Okay, so I should head back to that place. There's no easy way to get across there, actually. On a closer inspection. Ugh. Up. Yep. And then here, I have to go this... Get off me. Get off me. Are you a Melbourne human, Marty? No. No. We... Brisbane. Brisbane. Queensland again. Yep. There's dozens of us. You said that, no, with such disdain. A Melbourne person? Oh. 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 No. Melbourne people are okay. Melbourne's clearly the best, and we happy you poopy Queensland people. Blah blah something. Oh, there's a person. Goodbye. Yeah. It's funny though. It's oh my god. Holy shit! Out of nowhere. It's funny though. Sporting wise, it's New South Wales versus Queensland, right? I don't think it's ever Melbourne versus Queensland. Yet in the creative space, it is Melbourne versus Queensland, and it's so weird. As someone who's lived in Melbourne, New South Wales, or Victoria, New South Wales, and Queensland, I don't really care. It's fun. It is fun to kind of like harp on about it because, but then it just kind of gets older after some time. Ooh. Ooh. I don't have to travel for packs, so that's a win. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, there's like positives and negatives everywhere, right? Ooh. Hey, mate, I got a dip, but thanks for stream. I shot your demon Discord. Check it out after stream. 100%, Tubby. Thank you so much for just popping in and spending some of your day here. Everyone's saying bye-bye to Tubby. It's not no just yet. No, just bye-bye. Oh, am I meant to just be below? Bye, night, Tubby. I'm just down here, right? That's where I'm meant to be. Hey, Mally, how we doing? Welcome in. Oh, I meant to go... What's this exclamation mark here, then? Also. Yoink. Yeah. Also, yeah, Queensland has so many more professional makeup opportunities. Really? Is that because of the what's it called? Film? Oh. Because there's a lot more films that happen up here, right, than Melbourne?
All right. I'll just leave you two.
Kyle, yeah?
In the flesh.
Eli, I heard about you. Maybe you'll have more guts than those deadbeats. I need a favor. You could say it's personal. Concerns my father.
Could say? Can't really see how it wouldn't be.
Well, in a way it is, and in a way it isn't. I better get to the point. My father's got dementia and disappeared 2 days ago. You see, he's been getting worse and worse. Won't come back on his own. Get it?
You did nothing for 2 days?
I did. I rounded up a posse, left town hall, and...
And?
He came back. We were afraid, okay? Out there, outside, it's fucking terrifying.
You don't seem particularly upset, though.
Look, he's a rotten old drunk. A fucking lowlife. That's why my mum left us. Now I'm stuck taking care of him and listening to his nonsensical bullshit. And now what? I'm supposed to cry?
But you still want my help?
Yeah. Else I wouldn't be any fucking different than those brain-dead monsters out there, would I? So I'm playing this game of father and son. And I'm asking you, find him.
All right, fine. Can you tell me more about him? Where do I start looking?
His name's William. Used to be a park ranger. Where to look? Guess you could start by checking our old cottage. It's in the lake basin. He's babbling about the past a lot lately. Talking about time we used to spend there.
All right, I'll try to find him.
Yeah, thank you.
So when he first started talking, I thought he was... it sounded like... really bad Australian or New Zealand. Hello.
Feels
Come here.
safer here whenever you're nearby.
And then it turned into English.
Oh, hey.
Thanks, Mally. How you doing? You okay? What's up? It's a baby. What is baby's name? Chip. This is Chip. What's up? You want down? What's happening? You're just looking. You're just looking around. Hmm? He's been napping. He's been napping this entire time, so I guess now he's just kind of waking up. Oh, did you see a bird? Was that a bird out there? Hmm? What's happening? You gotta tell me. No? Okay. We're just looking. He was eeping. Yeah. Hmm? Okay. Do you want down? What's happening? Or you just like being picked up? Hmm? You're looking that way? Do you want down? Not really. He didn't want down. Oh, he does want down? He didn't know what he wanted. Okay, what was I doing? Do I have a upgrade? No. Journal. So where's this one? Is it close by? No, not at all. Oh, but it is close to where I need to go, though. Fuck it. We could check it out. We're heading that way anyway. Is that... No. Okay, that's us there. Yep. Yep. Okay, let's go. Not that way. He's immediately lied down on my desk. But your tail, dude. Nuts. Up. Run. Run. Okay. Wait. If we're going towards the orange one, we need to go up at that waypoint there. Give me an idea. Chip making choices. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, I don't... half the time he kind of... Oh. Nothing there. He does want to be on the desk, and then other times he's just real... It's real uncertain what he wants to do. Hey. Yeah. Dream it, believe it, build it. Think outside the box. Interesting. He's just vabbing. Yeah. I didn't want to do that. Can we move your tail off? No, move your tail. Thank you. God, he's making me click buttons. Is Chip playing the game? Okay. It's co-op. Fuck, you're right. You're right, it is co-op. Maybe Chip is playing. Ooh. Oh, that was a big dude. Oh. It's so stupid. So stupid. I got to see my family dog yesterday and she was so happy. Oh, lovely. What kind of dog? Get through here. And then this way. Up and over. Thank you. Can you? You just want up. You want uppies. 8-year-old blue and white border collie. Oh, that's lovely. So I keep on hitting mine. No, I thought I was going to dupe him. Go left and then go right. That didn't work out. Scoop through there. Oof. There's a lot of zombies, actually. I wonder if there's more in this game than there are in 2. Oi. Stop trying to get in, mister. Can I spin you around? What's happening here? No, you can't. Stop. You can't get out. Get out of it. There we go. Can I spin you around? There we go. I just spin him around. He's getting into wires. Can you stop? Stop trying to eat the screen. Thank you. Oh, no, I'm gonna die. Chip, what have you done? So many uppies in the game. So many uppies in the game. Oh, that emote. Animated emote is kind of cooked. Wonder if size noticed. Oh, how it's sideways? Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? Ugh. Okay. I saw a funny cat meme today that general parenting just reminded me of. Gonna DM it to you. Okay. No, on my screen, the previous frames don't disappear, so it looks like when Windows freeze and you drag around. Oh, that's weird. I haven't had that for a while, actually. Have blushing skull. Can I close that? Okay, yep.
Map and key. Okay, guess I won't be needing Sherlock's help.
Neat. With half the Castor Woods Police Department, I offer my sincerest thanks to William Gray for participating in Operation Cave. Thanks to your engagement and your assistance in navigating the mountain range, the operation was carried out in an organized and trouble-free manner. Captain Mike Drazinski. I'm going to say that is the name. And I'm not going to try it again. Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski. The emote doesn't look like that to you when you mouse over it and look at it. Oh, I see the cooked emote. What? I see the dead emote. Is it meant to be? Yeah, the RIP, yeah. Is that... don't bite me, axe. How... Oh, big stretch. How long ago did Zach redeem it? I need a thing for it. 25 minutes? Ah. There's birds. I love the way games have people somehow write exactly what you need to do, like how they need to provide it. Sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it's 100%. I found myself in for the night shift doing a whole bunch of that, writing a whole bunch of. Okay, now you want. Writing a whole bunch of letters that people wouldn't actually usually write. But, that's my thumb. Ah! Okay, we're good. We're good. Might be deliberate, but so, yeah. Click. What's happening here? What's happening here? I just updated OBS, and now I'm expecting everything to be broken today. Yeah. You weren't planning on streaming today, were you, Jantha? I was. Oh, no. Well, fingers crossed everything's not broken. Oh, there we go. It's gonna be fucked. Steam, yeah. Jesus. Well, hope everything's okay though. Oh, me. What are you doing? There we go. Honestly, I'm just expecting Discord to still crash things, and then this update to not have fixed it. Oh no. Oh, God. Stream's getting a whole view of your butthole there. Ow. You okay? Oh, baby. He's just a baby. We got fluff. Okay. I'm gonna situate you here, and then you just enjoy that, okay? I'm not reading that. Okay. Is that me? I don't know anymore.
It must be William. With the cops.
Oh.
What the hell did you do?
Oh, you want to jump down? There's a chair for you. Jump. Jumpies? You can jump. Okay, I'm done here. Yep. You can jump down. Onto the chair? Whatever. I tried. Okay, now I've got to go there. So up this way. You can jump. You can just stop looking at it like it's done something really bad to you. Idiot. Idioto! Alright. Wait, was this? What are these noises? Yeah, no, I'm private. What were these noises saying someone has left? Oh. Were there people in my game? Because that's what it looked like when I had 3 names pop up saying so-and-so has left, so-and-so has left. I don't like that. Yeah, you're so cute. Yeah, I don't think I was in, because my, so if I go into options, it says my session is private. Maybe, no, that shouldn't. Call for help, search and rescue from time to time. Call for help is enabled. The game will look for sessions to join with moderate frequency. Ah. Single player it is. I didn't know that. I didn't know I could keep on going over to single player, by the way. I thought private would just be private. But I didn't... There's this one which doesn't make it private? Okay. Alright, well, I don't like any of that, so we're just going to go to single player then. So private session doesn't actually mean private. Interesting. Silly. I don't know where how I'm meant to... go up. Maybe it's up and up and around. Don't like that at all. Yeah, there we go. Up was the answer. Here, right? What are you doing? Why are you doing chords at the computer? Go away. Stop. Huh? Just do anything but the computer. So do I have to go in here? Yeah, I should make that the one I'm tracking, right? Inside objective area. This dude's gone spelunking. I don't want to be pausing every time that you go past me. Just chill. No, don't bite the yanks. Huh? Now I've put him on my desk and he's angry with me. Hmm? Maybe Zuna will play with you. Yeah? No. Don't. Stop. Stop biting me. Quit it. I just want to put my hand on the mouse. I want to put my hand on the mouse. Chip. Can we not? High five? No. Okay, you're just going to bite me. Ow. Ow! Chip. Zuna. Can we do something about this? Please? Please. Please. Please, Zuna. He's just... My hand's on the mouse and he's just... he's biting... He's biting... He bite my hand. He's just biting my hand. Can you... I do not deserve it, thank you. Marty, like Zuna, come get your chills. Chit, child. He's just biting my hand. He's... Hmm? Oh my god. Also, it's 1 hour to nightfall. Maybe I shouldn't have come this far looking for this dude at nightfall. Oh, is this UV here? Perfect.
What did I do? What did I do?
Oh. So... Well, I can never type. We have learnt this by now. I sometimes worry people think I'm trying to make myself the main character in chat, but I'm a stupid little dude who can't spell type. Hey, don't worry about it. I don't think anyone thinks that at all. What was this one? This isn't looking good. It's clear that we've exceeded our authority and acted unlawfully, but folks are afraid to speak up. People are starting to have a nervous breakdown. While handling another group yesterday, Martin just fainted. Oh. Back at the station, they started handing out sleeping pills to us. God, I can't accept all that's happening, and yet I still do what I'm told. I'm a coward. So, how much time passes by? So it's apparently 6:02 in-game now. And if we just wait... a smidge... Okay. 3 minutes have gone by in-game. I'm kind of concerned... Decoy Molotov. I killed a volatile. So I'm thinking if I can potentially kill them before having to go down, at least the volatiles. What ammo did I pick up, by the way? Oh, I picked up some of you. So if I unequip you and equip you... Yeah, okay. So if I... Can you jump up here? Is that a thing that you can do? Oh. Oh, okay. Ooh. Ooh. Run, run, run. Okay, we're good. We're good. There's a lot. Oh, actually, is it gonna want me to grab that? It is, isn't it? Is it nighttime now, though? Night is coming. this is probably the worst time to do this mission, seeing that this is a somewhat of a hive, right? What? Does he have... Can I craft anything, actually? Let's have a look. Gadgets. Oh, I have a... Ooh! Yeah, let's do that one as well. But I can't... Oh, I can craft gadgets. Grenades! Molotov? Oh, okay, I'll craft 4 of them, actually. And then 1 of you. Throwing knife, sure. Consumables, ammunition. Okay. Yep. And then... I should do you and then Molotov. There's so many down there. Ooh. Okay. Oh, you battling the dead? I was battling reaction rolls in Discord. Oh no! Imagine if they made sound grenades you could throw to gather them first. Yeah, so they do have this decoy one. This decoy here, but I think because I already had made too much noise, they weren't too interested. But I kind of... Fuck. It's making the noise as if I need to run. I just wanted to pick up the stuff from the volatiles. That's all. That's all I wanted to do. Oh, it's nothing. Okay. Oh, a lot of little bags though. A few bags over here actually. Oh. There is quite a lot. Okay, I think I need to break your neck, can I? Done. There's another one. Was he just a regular one? Might have been a regular. There were so many. Okay. Now, oh, no. I was going to say now I'll go chat to him, but actually a few more than I thought. And I thought there would be. Okay. We good. We good? We good. So I'll actually chat to this dude now.
What do I do?
William?
Eli? Eli, my boy. What are you doing here? Head home.
Right, okay. But come with me, Dad. Let's get you back.
I'd like to, son, but I can't.
Let's get going. Come on.
No. What'd I do? What'd I do? No, son, we needed their support, their food. Things were bad. Had to help bring them here. I did it for you two. For you. For Mum.
Uh-huh. And what exactly did you do?
No.
Easy. You can tell me.
The police. They received orders. They rounded up the people, the unvaccinated. Searched for a place to put them in. All I did was point out the place.
You brought them here. Why?
I just showed the way. The cops drove them. I knew the mountains and those caves. I had to help. Yeah. Explain that to your mother.
But you quarantined healthy people?
I only did what they told me. Did it to protect you two.
Hold on, but who gave those orders? Who told the police what to do?
Cops rounded up people, weeded out the sick. It was a pandemic. I wanted to save them.
I get it, but somebody must have stood over them, right?
Well, there was that man from some agency. He's the one who pointed out to the cops where the unvaccinated lived.
Fuck me. Who was it? What agency?
I could see that.
Try harder.
The game character, not Marty.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Hey, Panda, how are we doing? Hydrate. Oh, no, I need a drink. Hang on. I'll get a drink. Hang on. All right, back with a drink. My internals have been wetted. Thank you for that, Panda. Main character really said skill issue. 100%.
Okay, so you transported them. But why come here?
The first one turned. They were cooped up in there. God, those screams. Oh, they're still down there. They're all monsters now. Have to put an end to it. Help me.
And how do we do that?
There. Explosive charges. Gotta hook them up. Put an end to it. Destroy it.
And where'd you get the explosives?
Not me. The authorities. They laid them. Didn't get a chance to detonate. They were supposed to do it, but, well, it was chaos. We had to escape. Oh, down there they were in prison for years in those...
All right. I'll help, but then we head back home, okay?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Well, this makes our life a little easier, actually, because we've just killed everything here. I'm not doing too badly if we ignore the small fact that I forgot to pull chicken out of the freezer. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay.
Alright, now the next one.
No. And then this one is just running. Climbing. So instead of cooking tonight, I'll just cook tomorrow. and have a pizza on the way for tonight. Oh, delicious. I think, yeah, with it being public holidays, I think we're just going to do some, we had pizza Friday night, actually. I think we're just going to do some cheeky chicken nuggets and chippies. Something easy. But also, Panda, what pizza? My dears, as I fade away here, you've been my sunshine. The nightmare persists around me, yet in my heart all I have is my love for you. I trust that the truth will prevail, that you'll learn what was done to me, and that you'll one day read these words. Yours always, Philip Grant. Why has everyone got some weird last names in this one? Not saying Grant's a weird last name, but I thought for it being Europe, I thought it would be more European. No. I've also had nothing but leftovers for the past week, so this will break it up nicely. Tandoori chicken. Oh, delicious. Oh, I meant to follow this one? Thank you, Type Fast. Appreciate that. Okay, actually, can I craft any more? Oh, I can. I can craft one more. Do that one. Okay, so inventory. You. Okay. Is Grant not European? I thought Grant would have been... I mean, England is Europe now, right? No? No. UK is still UK. That whole thing confused me. I mean, not politically, but geographically it hasn't moved. That is true. It's in Europe, but not part of the European Union. Yeah. I'm just running now. Just running. God, this is huge. Fuck off. Fuck off. Ugh. Currently unpowered. Oh my god. Oh my god. Team. Up here. This seems safe. Okay. So I don't bloody forget again. Chicken has been pulled away now. Perfect. Is that it? I can't craft anything else, can I? Not really. Lockpick, gadgets. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm a little boned. Oh, is that a volatile there? Yep. Ugh. Was shit. Respawn. Oh, it spawned me before I killed them all. But does it let me... So it spawns me back here, but not with the stuff that I have. That is fucked. Is it worth keeping $3.03 left on a gift card? Probably not. Probably not. But then also, like, you could probably pay for something and then that $3, it will be like $3 cheaper for you next time, right? I don't know. Alright, skip you.
Right,
Let's go
okay.
home.
I'd like to.
Come on.
Okay.
Why'd you come
so
here?
The first one.
Alright, let's give this another whirl.
Be careful, son.
This time, however, I can't kill any of them, really. Okay.
All right. Now
That's assuming it's for somewhere you'll be spending money. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So if you're going to spend money there again, 100% keep it. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know how useful it will be. Yep. Up. Yep. Yeah, so sadly, when you pick something up here, you pick it up, and let's say you die, you continue to supposedly have that. It's a bit shit. I forget if that's how it was in previous ones. Okay, I've got you. I'm not sure if that killed him. That did, in fact, kill him. Okay. Am I meant to go along the ground on this one? Yep. Okay. Okay, yep. Oh, it's just fucking tense. Alright. Okay, so here I can't jump up there. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Mr. Marty, it's been 1 hour of standing. Oh, has it actually? Oh, sick. Thanks, Zach. I really need a little reminder to go off to be like, you don't need to stand anymore. Oh, Mr. Chip. Come on. You don't want to jump up? All right. I set an alarm for you. Did you actually, Zach? Oh, you're a doll. Siri just set a timer. Oh, good old Siri.
Children's toys.
What's up? Hello. You jumped up. You're better than I am. I would have just let him stand until he remembered. Yeah, I think I would have probably forgot, and then I would... Oh, okay. Okay, I think I'm meant to go through here. Yep, okay. We good? We good? I don't know what's happening here. I'm meant to follow and check the cable leading to the third explosive. Isn't that where I am? Oh my god, there we go. So it's saying it's up there. Wasn't that where I was? I just don't want to keep my light on if it's going to attract the volatile there. I... Just sorting out dinner for this evening.
Something's not right here.
Oh, okay, yep. Chip. Chippy boy. What are you doing? Come on, get out of there. Out. Too nice, so I struggle with bullying him. Zach, you bully me when you say stand. Okay, so here... I'm at this one here. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so I think... Oh. Okay. Yep. So I might be bummed here because it's becoming daytime. Also, why is my chat keeps on scrolling up in this game? Silly. Okay, if I break you. I just found a $50 note. Oh. Yeah, up, up, up. I can't do anything. I can't do anything here. Crisp pineapple. Yum, 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 yum. So where I need to be is down there. And I need to go that way. Yet I don't know how I'm meant to do that. With zombies on my asshole. I've really just gone backwards here. I think... So if I jump down here... If I go this way... So yeah, so that's the zone I'm meant to be in. There's so many, dude. What am I meant to do here? Okay, so that's At least I could run and go up that way, maybe? Don't come this way. Shit. Jump! No! Oh! Anus! Okay, go. Whew. Just shouting anus. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary. Fucking hell. Chip, what are you doing? Is there something in here that I can use? No. Pickaxe. What's wrong with your shouting anus, by the way?
Detergents. They kept them here for weeks, if not months.
Shit, I think I need to come down here with a little bit more arsenal because I can't do anything really outside of maybe running and gunning. But I have no run and no gun. Or actually, no, I have a lot of run, but no gun. Okay. Yep. Oh, okay. Yep. We're good. Maybe. Let me see where this goes. They digging now. Fuck, is it gonna be like broken here or something? Because I was right there, right? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Oh, wow. And wheelchair there. Man, I... So I don't know if I'm meant to grab that, because if I am, that's fucked. I'm not sure if there's a way back up to where I am from the ground. So that's the... I've done 1, 2... That's the third one, right? So where's the fourth? Because I don't think there's anything on this wall. But we got the cord there. I just don't know where I would take that cord. Ooh. I'm basically down where I was. I'm gonna eat some chippies. I really don't know what it wants me to... I don't know if I can silently take out a volatile. But I'm not going to try it. No, it's scary. It's scurry. It's scurry. Anus. Wuss. Sooner. Come on. Well, they're all awoken now. I think the swimming in the water woke them. Yeah, it's a few. All right, I'll try and do it. Fucking Aragon, stop it! Stop it! Hello, welcome in Aragon. I'll try and do it as he's coming back. Fucking hell, dude. Can't do it! Can't do it! Can't do it! Ooh! Can't do it. New toys, damn it. Yeah, new toys. New toys. You know what? Fuck it. Full send. Out. Send it. Send it. Not there. Don't. Okay, I meant to grab that. Interesting. Okay. Well, I didn't do that. That was so good. So much. Fucking Aragon. I assume it's Aragon. Fucking hell, dude. Okay, so I am meant to go. Who else? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so I am meant to get that at some point. Yeah, Zuna did. It was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Nope, we're grabbing it. Grab it. Just run. Run. Where's the fourth explosive? Oh, okay. Oh, son of a bitch. It's up. Okay. Oh, no. I don't like that blaming emote. That sounds dangerous. Okay. I've lived alone for 15 years and the door knocks still... Yeah, it's never got me, ever. But it's because I was just so focused and so honed in. Just disgusting behaviors, you know?
That's all of them.
Oh, that's all I had to do. Okay. I thought it was going to be worse. I honestly thought it was going to be worse than that. Don't give me those emotes. Talk to Will I am. Alright.
Okay, I've connected the charges. It's time to get going and seal this tomb.
Sam?
Yeah?
Could you, would you
Hard for me to say this. I'm sorry.
Just say it. It's okay.
He wants to stay there.
I'd like to ask you for one more thing.
Yeah?
Can you give your old man a hug?
Yep.
Sure.
Forgive me. I was weak.
Let's get going.
No. I should stay here. Take this. Wish I had something better to offer you.
Why are you...
Run away, son.
William!
Goodbye.
Oh, am I in a car? Oh, no. Okay.
For fuck's sake, William.
Now I gotta go back and tell him that his dad's dead.
All right. Gotta bring this to Eli.
Where am I? Where's this? Find a way out. There was a perfectly good way out. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's not gonna be good. I'm sure it's gonna be... Oh yeah, I've got to go down to go... Oh, okay. Okay, it might not actually be too bad. Might not be too bad, actually. This might be fun. Yeah, this is the lake, isn't it? No. This is not the lake. Oh, okay. This is fine. This is fine? This is fine? Hello. Oh, wrong one. Hang on, I'm getting there. Hey, Severus, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. How we going? What were you playing? You were playing Faz. Oh, how was that? How was that? Were you getting all of the spookies? Hello, welcome in, Raiders. Who have we got? Shark, hello, welcome in. Sexy Sal's, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, man, I haven't played Faz in a while, actually. Have not played Faz in a while. Did that, the thing didn't do its thing. That's all right. That's okay. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. I'm not Marty. I'm a variety streamer who is occasionally streaming here and there. I'm trying to do more of it. I swear that fucking Aragon, if that was you. Oh, that's it was you. And I'm a game dev as well. But fucking Aragon. Oh. At the moment, we're playing Dying Light the Beast, and we're a little into it. I say a little. We've been playing it for now 4-ish hours, I think. But I still feel like I'm fairly young into it, I think. Fairly young? Fairly early into it. That was weird. Weird of me to say. But hello, welcome in. Fresh into this game. Thank you, yes. But yeah, no, how was Faz? Were you winning? And was it solo Faz, or were you doing some some co-op with some peoples. Fucking hell. Emma? Emma? Hello? Oh. Aragon? Zuna. That one was Zuna. Disgusting behavior. Disgusting behavior. Hello. Hello, Emma. We just got raided in by Cerberus, but how you doing? How you doing, Emma? You were also playing Phasma. Were you guys playing together? The two of you Phasing together? Fuck, who have I missed? Holy shit, there's so many people. Orange, hello, welcome in. Askar, welcome in. Hello. Ember, Dan, hello. Hello. Jakekti? Kek, hello. Double raid. Okay, yeah. Late double raid because you have too much. No, I have two Martys on my screen. Hello, Emma. How you doing, lovely? Yeah, we were perfect. Oh, that's beautiful. I hope it was fun. I actually tuned in Emma and Serb at the start before I started screaming. Streaming. I think you started like 10 minutes before me. But it was for an event, wasn't it? Yes, we were playing the new. I just got to read chat. Was it a good event? And what's the event for? That's why it's a double raid, not Marty. Zach, I don't think I actually read the text. I don't think I read anywhere where it was like double raid. Hey, Wicked Mon, how we doing? Welcome in. The new event for Phasmo just dropped, so we had to try it out. Ooh, very cool. Scream and stream, so it works. Yeah. Please don't scream. No scream here, Em. No scream. The screaming is from Aragon's alerts. 100%. Yeah, it was. It's Easter, kind of cursed, but very cool. Ooh, very cool. Yeah, I haven't played Phas in quite some time. See, that one, that works, but why does that thing not work? Interesting. Hang on. I have a feeling it's to do with, let's have a look. I think it's wants manual. I think that's yeah. If I do that, does it do the
We reach higher
There we go.
viewership so we can get further on Twitch and we can reach more people. Get free platonic head. I leave it here today.
Let's get. Now you're. Hold on.
So it only it works, but manual. Okay, interesting. Oh, gotta love it. Jesus, the old Phas crouch and beautiful. Okay, so it does. That's why it doesn't work. Interesting. That's kind of hurtful. But no. Double raid. God, Emma and Serb, you guys are beautiful. Thank you so much. Wicked, thank you for the follow. I'm not actually sure if I said that or not. I don't think I did. The old gluck. The old gluck. No, well, thank you both for the double raid. I was just saying to Serb's raid, Emma and Emma's gang, that I am playing Dying Light the Beast. We've just started. Just started 4 hours ago. But hello, welcome in. Hello, everyone. And we're just going to dive back into it. But yeah, Serb and Emma, if you both need to raid and run, go do that. Go look after yourselves. And I hope both of yes, Emma, yes. I want a clip from today. Yes, show me the scaredness or the screams or the laughter. Go. Let's have a look. Hang on. I got this. Hang on. That's awkward. Hang on. Hold on. Baby's first stream. Okay, cool. Okay, hang on. Okay, We're good. I wasn't set up for this. Yep. I love it. That's amazing. Oh my god. Oh man. So it sounds like you both had fun. Welcome in my 30s, curling 50s. Welcome in. Happy Easter as well. The noises the ghost makes are awful. They sound awful. They sound awful. And if it's anything to go from that clip, oh, that's fucking hilarious. God damn it. For those who also that were here on my end before Amber and Cerberus raided in, 100% easiest blind raids. Blind follow. Also, if you ever stream, raid them too. There's that. Do that as well. Fucking hell. Jesus. Well, I'm glad you both had fun. And thank you for popping in here and raiding me. Thank you. But we're gonna dive back in. But yes, no, if the two of you words are difficult, thank you so much for understanding. I get bullied a lot, but thank you, Cerberus. Thank you. It means a lot. But you know, if either of you have to raid and run, go do that. Go look after yourselves. And yeah. Always I'll probably end up in Loki Town. Gotta make some foods and probably game. No, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Okay. Yes. Game. This one. And then hello. There we go. Beautiful. Back when I actually, yeah, Aragon, how long ago did you stream? Because I think I have heard or seen people mention that you used to. Back in the day. Does this come out in that lake? I don't know why I keep on thinking it's going to come out in the lake. It hasn't so far. Well, it might actually. It might. I was last live in October. Oh, so not too long ago then. Oh, jealous. Managed to watch some Aragon streams. Maybe 2026 is the year, Aragon. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, this way. We still exploding. Who's up? Exploding their caves right now. Oh, this game is so good. It's so pretty. It is. Have you've finished this one? You've played this one completely? And did you play one and... Fucking hell. Jesus. Piece of shit. Fuck you. I played a lot of this game, haven't completed it. Oh, okay, nice. Did you play 1 or 2? Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck.
That's what I thought. And then you can get some too, actually. Did you play 1 and fucking hell, Jesus bitch? Yeah. That's the name of the second one, I think. I did not play 1 or 2. I got into this game because I won a code for this game from a streamer friend. Ooh, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I think if you like this, you would like 1, 2... Don't know what that noise was. Apologies. We're just gonna forget all about that. I heard 2 wasn't the strongest in the series. No. No, 2... It's come up a couple times actually now. But 2 definitely felt more arcadey in a way. And my other issue with it is that they marketed it as your choice would change the story or how things would play out, and it didn't really, outside of what abilities you would get. Oh, I meant to go that way. Fuck. This way? Yeah. The internet never forgets Moody. 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 Thanks, Emma. Maybe one day the internet can forget. Maybe. Oh, okay. Oh, this is the placey. This is the placey that I was at. Yeet. Now, is there an easy way down? This one. Surely. Yeah. My fingers so often switch A and E when I type. It's so annoying. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just poking fun. The, fucking Aragon, I swear to God, if that was you... Not that I'm going to do anything, but naughty Aragon, you're getting the finger. Whoa, pause. Wait. I'm not... No. Let's all just, you know? Just, no, let's just all take a deep breath and just... Okay. Don't encourage him. Made it. What was I saying before I got jump scared and pooped my pants a little? I don't know how to get in here. Don't know how to get in here. I'm so close. Nice. Don't threaten me with a good time. Well, Aragon. What was I saying? Yes, no, Cerberus, with this one, it looks like they've put out a newish update, and they've changed the name to Dying Light the Beast Restored Lands. And the Restored Lands looks like it's a separate mode, but from what I've seen from a trailer before I bought it, was that it's almost like you're fixing up a portion of the town and it's wave-based or something. It looks pretty interesting. But I wanted to play this more and probably finish it, I guess, before I attempted the old DLC. I think it would have been better just to keep the title The Beast, but I'm someone who likes shorter titles. Yeah, I think keeping it confused me a bit, actually, because I thought it was... Is there a window? That one there. Okay. And that one there? I would have preferred it also to stay... Did it? As the Beast. But... yeah. At least the game is very fun. Yes, that is true. It does give me a lot of one vibes.
Now, what did you want to talk to me about?
My theory. A second sample was essential in order to confirm it.
What theory?
I've been analyzing the genetic structure, and I noticed a strange sequence in the code.
Meaning what?
These chimeras may share a portion of the same genetic structure.
Yeah, well, that makes sense though, right? They all come from the same virus.
I'm not talking about the virus. I'm talking about a totally separate sequence deliberately modified for a specific purpose. Give me your arm. I need to check something.
What, you're gonna juice me up again?
Relax. I just need a blood sample. I want to test how your blood reacts to the extracted plasma. I've pinpointed a potential location where you might encounter another chimera.
How much more of that GSB do I need? I don't want to end up like one of them.
You won't. That's not how it works. But if you want a real shot at taking down the Baron, this is what you need to do.
You keep saying that.
Because it's true.
All right. Then where do I find this thing?
Here. It's swampy, hostile terrain. But I found records indicating they transported that chimera there.
Okay. I'll let you know what I find.
Oh. Surely that could have been a radio. I mean, she did need my blood. Anything else? Okay. Oh, you. And then I guess the other thing as well, Cerberus, is that Kyle, the guy you're playing as, he is the main character of number 1. So there's that as well. I think people with 2 were hoping for it to be a bit more of a sequel, and you play as him, which wasn't the case. Why is there not a thing to jump into here? Where am I going? Where's M? Oh, we're going over there. I think that's a car drive, surely. I need to find a car. Aragon. Aragon. Hey, there are some cases where the rule of 3 applies, and sometimes the game is the best. But in that same rule, sometimes the second game falls short. I don't know how to explain it, but it's interesting. Yes, yeah. Oh, is this a... Okay, there we go. No, agreed with you in there.
If you want to travel faster and safer, keep an eye out for any abandoned Forest Service cars. Most are still operational. If you run out of gas, other cars and gas stations can help with that.
I'm just running on rocks. Yeah, so a lot of games, yeah, I don't know. I think there was a lot of mechanics that were good in 2, but the parkour definitely felt floaty as well. I don't know if I can make that actually. That'll hurt. This way. No. Oh, we got a spooky. Oh, there's a... Oh, these areas look so fucking cool. Okay. Alright. Okay. I usually forgive a bad sequel due to the fact the company is trying to figure out a new idea and sometimes it doesn't work out, and it makes stepping stones if they make a third game. Yeah, 100%. I think, and that was the case, I think, for this as well. A lot of 2 is in this. I think this is using a modified version of 2, but it's meant to be more... It's more similar to 1, but more horror as well. And it's doing that. It's doing that. I'm about to play this myself. Bought 2 on Steam, sale, but I don't know, didn't grab me. Also, welcome in, Burrito. Yes, yeah, so I finished 2. And yeah, I can see that. I think I mentioned it before, so currently I'm powered. Oh, does that mean I can power it? What, why give me that option? Yeah, I heard with it, it's to an engine, but modernly updates with continuation story of 1. Yes. Oh my god, fucking. Piece of shit. Fucking zombie. Fuck you. God damn it. Oh. This is... Ooh! 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 Yep. We're good. Yeah, yep. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. Oh! Okay, yeah, you're a big boy. I don't have anything for you, though, do I? Oh, no, yeah, come on. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Then, can you jump up here? Is that something that you can do? There. Cool. Okay, I'll do it. You've piqued my interest. Shit. I'll take Crane with a much shorter length game any day. Give my stern talking to, maybe it'll work. Hey, yo. Yeah, it's fine. Come on. Fuck, didn't work. Didn't work. Gimme. Ooh. Idiot. Give him a stern talking to, maybe it'll work. Oh, cool. So does this work now? No. Oh, so I can do this one too. Easy. Easy. But yeah, so the second one... Yeah. Oh, okay. No. No, we're good. Come on. We G. Oh, there's a whole thing here. Ari got... Good seeing it. I have to unfortunately head to sleep. It's 31 degrees in my room. Oh, gross. Yes, no, get out of here. Thank you so much again. I appreciate it. And yeah, have a lovely night. Everyone say bye-bye or nanai to Serby. Is this a door? No, okay. So how do I would like to power you on. How does one go about doing that? No, I don't want to get up here. Off. Yeah, it's a heckin' toaster when I turn on my PC. Oof. That's rough. Yeah, good night, man. Get out of here. Go, go. Is this something I can... Love what I do, but God, I need aircon or a cooling vest. Would a, I know you're heading off, but would a pedestal fan or a fan that kind of stays on you or moves around, that might help, maybe? I don't know. Okay, anyway, I can't do anything with that. No, I don't want up here. Down. There we go. Alright, cool. I might just move my entire room to the Arctic. Maybe then I'll be fine. Maybe. Be nice and cool. Alrighty. So, this way. Through the first... Fuck off. No, don't. Stop. Okay, we're good. Oh, no, go away. No, go, stop. I noticed the umbrella sub icons. Did you finish Requiem? How'd you find it? So that that icon, I believe, the little emblem there, is for... Oh, looks like the park ranger station hasn't been looted by anyone yet. We can try to get inside through the garage. Ooh. Fuck off. That is by gifting a sub. Gifting a sub to someone during a Requiem stream, I believe. Ooh. Okay, yeah, you guys... You, come on, come out. Yes, yep. Had a feeling, because I think I've also got it. Nom nom nom. Alright. So I'm still meant to go over here to some swampland. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's cool. I didn't mean to do that for you. I thought I was just gonna hit him. Alright, that's cool. First on the jobs soon. Hope no outbreaks occur. That's the only game that I ever shut myself in. That's rare. Requiem was great. I loved it. Played it a handful of times. One of those times was on Insane, and it was insane. Absolutely fucking nuts. Okay, I need to get down. Is there an easy way to get down? This way. I will say, I think one area my PC struggled when I got to the city, my PC did not... Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the same for a lot of people. I want to get up. I want to get up. Is it up there? And then I jump across. Is that what's happening here? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. Upsy. Daisy. There we go. Insane. I'm yet to try that. Difficult. Maybe one day. It's fairly difficult. It's fairly difficult. I did only have to turn down one setting though. At least then it ran buttery smooth. Yeah, perfect. I did have a look at... I've seen in a couple places that area, the city, renders so much. It's built because during development it was originally meant to be a co-op game, I believe, from what I remember, or a multiplayer game. Is this zombie okay? What's happening? What's happening here? Anyway, cool. So we've done another one. Okay, so that's that one's done. As a truck, all I did was turn down pixel filtering and we were all good after that. Oh, cool. Oh, truck's in there. That's the ranger station. Ah. Dead. God, the kicks are great. I'm loving the kicks. Okay, no more hyperfixation talk for me, even though I could ramble on why horror is great. No, go for it. Don't open. Don't dead open inside. Oh, hello. I do like me some horror. Rooftop? Rooftop. In. Okay, I've got to do you. Yep. And then you. Gimme. And you go. Where do you go? There? No. 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 Oh, wow. Ouch. I've got an Annabelle doll life-size cabinet custom built chilling in my lounge room. Oh, is it up top? Here it is. No? Yep. Wow. That's... Ooh. Thank you, type fast. Oh! No, no, no. You don't get to be up here and do that. I do not like dolls or mannequins. Oh, so you wouldn't have liked the night shift then. It has been really good to hear when people are like, oh, I hate mannequins or whatever, and then play the night shift. It's been, oh my god, there's a lot. Oh, okay. Oh. All right, I'll take it. It's so good. Love it. I did scream and cry the whole time, but I did enjoy it. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. It's, as I said, when people have come to me and said, oh, I hate mannequins and I hate dolls and Weeping Angel kind of stuff, and then they say, oh, and I played the night shift, I get this little warm, little fuzzy feeling inside. Okay, can I? Oh, lockpick hard. Okay, that's fine. No, 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 no. A little bit. It was there, 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 there. Got it. First try. Oh. What's with this this sound that's happening? Is there something big outside or above me? The night shift, I'll check it out. I have That bad boy there for you. There you go. Quick link. Easy link. I played because I had to support. I would be lying though if I said I wasn't wearing the brown pants the whole time though. No, I really appreciate this support. Okay, they're just doors. Alright, let's get in. Two. Oh. Okay, so it's only first person. Bah. Oh, that's a few of them. Didn't you have a few recent updates, like another level, or am I misremembering? No, I did. I did have a. I updated it with a. It was a level that I already had put in, but it was a kind of like a timed level. So I changed that. I changed it, and I made it just accessible to everyone from the main menu. And yes, no, that is the only thing I believe. Turning. But no, oh no, go to bed. If you need to go to bed, do that. Do that. Thank you so much for just hanging out as well. I appreciate it, Serby. And yeah, everyone, if you're not following Cerberus, definitely do that. They are great. They're great company. And I need to hang out there more often, actually. Ooh. No, yap away. Yap away.
Something tells me they didn't stop here just to stretch their legs. Fuck.
Looks freaky. That's where I'm going to suffer. Okay, I need to get out. Yep. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh. Okay. Who made that noise? I don't like that. Search you. As someone who only maybe cried a few times, you'll be fine. Oh, they jumped out and went into the water? Also, I don't like the fact that I'm doing this at nighttime. I quite frankly do not enjoy that. There's a safe house back there. I would need to... go back quite a distance, though. I'm not sure if my truck can take it. But it's nighttime now, I believe, right? 7... Yes. Yeah, it is. Ugh. I don't have any more skills, do I? No, I don't. Okay. Shit. Shit, they're everywhere. You know what? Oh no, I meant to search up there. All I had to do was go into it. And now I'm here. I will say I did have a good time though. I did like the fact that it wasn't really jump scares and more Weeping Angel esque horror. Yes, no, that was the aim as well. I didn't, as much as I, you know, jump scares are big and they get, you know, the attention, sometimes I find a lot of times actually jump scares are rather cheap. So I tried to stay away from those. Okay, actually 100% really gone now before I go. What time do you stream next? That is a great question, Cerberus. Yes, I've got to actually start saying, oh, I'm going to stream this time this week or something. But I think if you want to, I don't post them enough, but we do have a Discord, and it's for myself and my partner, who rarely streams. But yeah, we've got to be a little bit more active in there, and I think might have to start saying when when either of us might start streaming. But yeah, at the moment it's kind of like whenever we feel, or whenever I feel like it, kind of thing. But I'm trying to kind of get into a rhythm of once a week, maybe twice a week. And then if something like this happens where it's a public holiday and it's a long weekend or something, maybe an extra one or two. But yeah, thank you so much, Serb, as well for raiding in as well and just sticking around. I appreciate you. And yeah, look after yourself. Get out of here. And I've done fucked myself here, I think. I've done fucked myself. So this is the way that I'm meant to go anyway, right? But like, I should have just gone in there, and I didn't. And we got that one, and then we got that. I think I need to wait to daytime. Fuck, there's so many of them. There's one over there as well. What am I oh. So this is just, oh, okay. So this is all kind of lake area. Okay. So if I do a little bit of a look-a-daisy. Yeah, okay. We got some zombies. That's fine. Come on. Easy. Easy deaths. Oh, but I'm not actually sure if I get XP for that. Let's have a look-see. So I bring you back here. I think if it's a natural death, maybe I don't get XP for it. Oh no, I do. Neat. Into the water you go. Searching, searching. I can't. Oh, I can do it from underwater. Nice. The nights always freak me out in Dying Light. Yeah, and I think they're worse in this one. They seem a little bit darker. And I think if I remember correctly, number one, you could skip time. And I'm not sure if that is the case in this one. You could skip time if you're in a safe house. Ooh! Come to my little... Come here. I'm just farming XP. Oh, since... I didn't think you could go through water. Excuse me? No. No. I can't. No, thank you. Go away. So if we have the beast, does that mean we can fight volatiles head on? Yes and no. So down in the bottom left corner, there's a white bar, and then there's the red bar. The red bar is the beast bar or equivalent. When that is full, then yes. I believe I can take a volatile on head on. I haven't tried, and it kind of sounds scary. Yeah. The only time I'll try is if I know I can kill a volatile without, so like with a gun. You made me remember, actually. I got guns. I got this guy. Yeah, you. And then you guys are basically the same. So if I dismantle you and take you. Equip. Oh, right. Now, there we go. Okay. The other thing is noise does attract the zombies as well. So there is that. How far are we? 6 more hours. Ah! We're so far away. Obscure, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Also, welcome in. Okay, I need just maybe... It glows? It's kind of blinding in a little... in a way. Good, thank you. How are you doing? Get in the water. Get in the water. What was... Oh, that's you. Okay, that's fine. The issue is I just can't... I'm not sure what I can do. Because there's no... I don't have a safe house around here. At all. So if I cause a... I shouldn't. I should. I need to get up. I need to get up here. Sorry, no, not good for the vol one. I don't understand that one. So now you're on how much? Is there a way? Fuck, the safe house is so far away. The only thing that I could think of is if I followed the river and got there. The issue is, by the time I get here, it might be daytime. Mm. Your guns are not good for the volatiles. Yes. No, yep. Yep. I was not going to. I wasn't going to try to take on any of them, actually. Not at the moment, at least. Because they're a little bit scary. But yes, no, I think I need to... If I swim... Oh, it's only 4 hours to daytime now, actually. Oh. We zombies? What are you? Are you a zombie? Or are you volatile? What are you? Ooh, you are a volatile. You need a power over 1,000 or more. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have that. And I won't for quite some time. So I think we're just gonna be cool and just chill out here for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, the issue is if I go to a safe area, I'll have to come back here by foot. And by the time I get back here on foot, it's probably going to be dark again. So I'm thinking... Yeah, so that's N. Oh. Weird, because in Dying Light 2, I maxed out throwing knives and dropped them within 5 throws. Yeah, okay, this is powering through time, actually. Mind you, I was next to the UV light. That'll help. That'll help. Oh. Right. One thing I love about Dying Light is the ambience and atmosphere, the echoes of scrimmage at night, instant horror. Yeah, so we had that earlier on. We were in a cave and it was absolutely terrifying. The audio, the constant, it wasn't screams, but it was like the chattering of the zombies as well, and all of that and it was just terrifying. Thank you, Obscure Boy. Where are we looking at now? 1 hour. Cool. All right, and then as soon as it hits, what are you doing, Chip? Oh. Come on. Let's say 6:45 will be when I start heading over. Maybe let's make it 6:50. Let's go 6:55 actually. Is it daytime? Daytime is coming. Okay. So I gotta wait. What are we thinking? 8 o'clock is when the sun comes out? I'm just using that to tell when the sun's gonna start coming up. I reckon it's kind of slowly hitting now, right? We're just waiting. Can't believe I've waited I was right there. I could have just searched it right there and then, but it is what it is. All right, never mind. We'll start taking it nice and slowly at 7:50. All right. Get in there. Oh, yep. Nope. Get in there. Idiot. Oh. Cool. All right. So I picked up that. I'm assuming that is a Easter egg of some sort. And there's something else to do? Potentially? Oh, what are you? Oh, this is one of these. Okay. Okay, can't do anything here. I haven't played it for a long time, but I don't know about the update. Yeah, so the update looks like it is... Oh, okay. Oh, that's a big boy. I don't want... I was there before everyone spawned in. So the new update looks like it's a completely different mode. Yeah, and you select it from the main menu by the looks of it. Which is pretty cool. But yeah, looks nifty enough. Things look kind of good from it. Oh, I need to be on the outside. Oops. And then here. And we're back to where we started. Inspect. Subject, Chimera nebulosa. This specimen has been significantly modified to enhance its sensory capabilities and physical attributes. Extreme caution is advised during transport. Install soundproofing and scent masking devices within the transport unit to minimize sensory overload. Emergency protocol in the event of a containment breach. Initiate lockdown procedures and contact the response team immediately. Avoid direct confrontation. It's part of an ongoing study to understand potential applications of enhanced sensory capabilities in hybrid organisms. Data collected during the field tests will contribute to our knowledge of stress responses and adaptive behaviors in genetically modified species. Warning: highly aggressive and territorial, the Chimera exhibits a strong predatory instinct. Okay.
Olivia, you were right. I found the Baron's men, but whatever they were moving, it's gone.
Gone? You mean it's escaped?
Yeah, but not before slaughtering every single one of them. Poor fuckers never stood a chance.
Do you think you can track it?
I can try. The blood trail leads into the swamps.
Please be careful.
You want me to be careful, or do you want me to find it?
I want you to find it.
Exactly. I'll keep you posted.
Cool. And there's nothing else here, is there? Nope. Over you go. Oh. Yep. Cool. And then over I go. Boom. Oh. I'll just I'll get a drink at the moment. Ads are running. And oh, I might actually feed Chip. I shall be back in actually I should pause it. I should pause it. Alright, give me 2 seconds.
I don't think when that started to come back, you're like, oh, it's not. No. That's because you went to Egypt from the same freedom, so. There you go.
Oop. Oh, all right. I'm back. Just had to feed Mr. Chip. And now we're on our way to find this Chimera. So I assume this is going to be another boss. Ow. Hey, Hades, welcome in. I played and loved Dying Light 1 and loved it. Is it anything like the first one? Should I buy it? So far, this one's been really good. Very similar to the first one. The second one was a little bit, you know, a bit different, but this one... Stop. Yeah. Very similar to, if you like the first one, you'll like this one. Okay. In the water you go. Nah, it's not deep enough. Track. Okay. This way. Then you've gone this way. Then this way. And then... this way.
Guess I better get to that island.
That island there? Thanks, M. Thank you very much. Alright. Okay. Find the Chimera. Okay. Alright. Is it a thing of... oh, found him.
What the hell?
I was gonna say, is it a thing of... I won't find him, he'll find me? But... did I play Dead Island as well? I have played Dead Island 1. And I played a little bit of Dead Island Riptide. And then I've also played a little bit of Dead Island 2. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. Ow. Yep, okay. Come on. Missed. Yeah, get back here. Get. Ow. Don't call for help. Oh, sure. No. Okay, there we go. Yep, okay. Where is he? Oh, hello. Get off me. Oh my god. Can't even run away. Okay, there we go. Yep. Fuck off. Don't stop me. Okay. Okay. We're good. Yeah, nice. There we go. Oh. It just looks so cool.
Olivia, I got another sample.
Great. You're getting good at this.
Yeah, but I think it's time I found a new hobby.
Stick with it. We're making progress. As soon as I find another Chimera location, I'll let you know.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll go check up on the folks at the town hall.
Okay, I can only do this one. Sick. Yeah, that was neat. That was real neat. I should. 8 hours. I should look at doing that. Oh, 2 skill points. Sick. Shot. Advanced reload. Active landing. Dash. Vault kick. Oh, that one's cool. I like the idea of that. Do you trust the town hall people? I think so. These games aren't really known for people like betraying you in a way. So I guess we got stuff. Okay, let's do you. Let's do you. But I'm not sure if that one's actually... There we go. Yeah, cool. So if I do this one, that's another safe house. Okay, cool. And then I can just... I can run. I can't run. I gotta... Sir? There we go. Okay, I'll just run up there. And then I guess during the daytime, if I can sleep at this place, I will. If not, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. Okay, it's just up there. I've been so burnt by NPCs in games, I assume they will betray me. That's wild. Yeah, generally in... Oh, okay. But it's like that. Okay, yep. Oh, okay, no. You don't want to go down? Okay. Sick. Hey Queenie, how we doing? Welcome in. Okay, if I can get a few of them up here. I don't actually know how many are going to jump up here. Oh, yep. Okay, I can't craft anything there. Can't do anything there. Okay. I didn't know they had a DLC. This one... Oh. As in for... Dying Light? Ow, ow, ow. No, no, no. Ow, ow. Ow, ow. No, no, no. No, no. Don't do that. Okay. Huh. Ugh. Okay, no, no. That hurts. This hurts. Stop it. This looks like Dying Light 2. It's the newest one, so Dying Light the Beast, but it's just built on the same kind of engine as 2. If that makes sense. So it'll look like it, but it's a different game. Hello, Dan. How you doing? Welcome in. Have you back from the movies, or are you on your way back from the movies? Or you haven't gone to the movies just yet? Yes, sir. Back. Okay. No spoilers, just in case there's someone in chat that hasn't seen it. But what are your thoughts on Project Hail Mary? Yep. 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 That's all I got to say. That's all I have to say. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yep. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I gotta close it. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it, though. Glad you liked it. Queenie, you should definitely see it. Yes, and it's the main character from... Yes, 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 that too. What else is there? Oh, you? And... How's stream going? Stream going good. Stream going good. I'd like to know. I don't think we're very far into this, honestly. Even though we've been playing for 5-ish hours, I think we're. Okay, that's here. Cool, cool. Q. Hey, 12-hour stream. No, I got work tomorrow, Dan. You'd know this. You also have work tomorrow. Rest till morning. There we go. I'll sleep. Yeah, so do I. What the fuck? You're not streaming for 12 hours, Daniel. I'm okay with spoilers because most likely I'll forget this conversation. Yeah, but there's other people, Queenie. Other people might. I know nothing about the movie, but I'm excited to go on blind. 100% do that. So, neither Zuna or I read the book beforehand. We went in super blind. Amazing. And then Dan has read the book before going to the movies, and he said it was a 9.85 out of 10. Who the fuck rates it like that? But you know what, Dan? You do you. You do you, boo. Yeah, but I'm the main character here. God, you know what, Queenie? You really are. You are the main character here. Can I recommend reading the book now you've seen it, please, because there's so much. Yeah, I'm sure maybe Zuna might read the book. I don't like reading, and I don't know how to read, Dan. Can you teach me? How's the weather in our country? Weather's good. It is nighttime now. It is currently 7:41 p.m. Dan just told me to grow up because I don't read. I assume you just agreed with me, Zuna. Grow up. Dan, we're on the same time. Yeah. I look at the pretty pictures. I don't know what's so... Are you going to punch me? Every time she moves, I just... Dan, I'm streaming? I'm streaming, Dan.
I can't thank you enough.
Am I meant to talk to you? What's happening? I didn't pick up. Get out of here. There's zombies. Okay, so now... Dan, I swear to God, if this is a Danned or a Martied... Oh, I just got sassed. I forgot I made that one. I forgot about that one. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan, for lurking. For those that are unaware, Daniel is a fellow streamer, and he... Hey, Cronus, welcome in. How you doing? You got any more of those pixels? Oh, I should make a more pixelated version, shouldn't I? That is a good suggestion. Thank you, Dan. Was checking out Dying Light, but that was hilarious. Oh, man, oh man. But also, Kronos, Dying Light is great. Especially this new one. I'm a big fan of 1, meh fan of 2. This one, so far, I'm 5-ish hours in, and so far it's going really well. Getting a lot of... It's kind of... 1, I feel very similar to 1. But with like two graphics and 2 environment a little bit. So, see, I really enjoyed 1. 2 was air. Didn't try Beast. This is the Beast. So, it's... Oh. High level area. I'm not a high level. Oh, no. Oh. No. Don't hit me. I don't know what I'm here. Why am I here? No, I meant to go this way. So this is technically the Beast, by the way. The name, what is it? Recurring Lands or something is just the DLC. New DLC, but they've renamed it, the whole thing, for some reason. But it's still the Beast, so still good. Still good. I like the lighting in this. The lighting in this is really well done, Queenie. Really well done. That is high praise. I was very interested in this persistence update. Yes, yes, no. I think if you're a fan of the first one, I reckon you'd be a fan of this. There'd be a few things to kind of get used to, I reckon. But, yes. Did you miss the fast travel in this game? Probably. I have probably missed the fast travel in this game, yes. My partner just ordered fried chicken for dinner. I'm so pleased. Ooh, fried chicken, yum. The amazing Zuna is cooking up a curried sausage for dinner, and it smells delicious. Also, you should do a gub edit to gub people on her Furby look. Ooh, that is a good suggestion. Great suggestion. The idea is to kind of slowly get like this. Joey put it, ASAP Joey put it as the infinity gauntlet of streamers. So we've kind of got, you know, a meme, although he was talking about emotes.
They're insanely dangerous, but you might find some very
Delicious. It's going to be hot when I pick it up, isn't it? Oh, it's hot. Anyway. Dinner. And it's smoky. And it looks and it smells great. A lot of potatoes. Thank you. Love you, by the way. Just in case. Just in case.
very valuable things in there.
Right, or get myself
It looks very delicious. Very delicious. Oh, where am I going? This way. But no, yeah, ASAP Joey was saying about the infinity gauntlet of emotes for streamers. But maybe I could do one for memes and just have like the same meme but for a bunch of I was thinking about doing one for Scotch. And I had a couple of ideas for what particular picture to use. And I think we could do it. I've been remaking my emotes and it's been a lot. Also, you can tell me to shush about me stuff and I shall. No, it's okay. It's alright, Em. It's not a problem. I do need to sort out my emotes at some point as well. The amazing Danger Dan has made me some cute emotes. Oh, I thought I jumped up that. Sir, here. This is what I wanted to jump up? Thank you. My mods have started turning me into emotes, so be careful once that starts. Oh no. That's right, I think once Zuna figures out how to make GIFs of streams, I think that'll be dangerous. Who created the Danny bit? I wasn't on Twitch when it happened. So I made the image, the PNG, and then Scotch put it on
Eli,
his stream with the meme, with the music going, and then I made it into an actual like video that is pretty much one-to-one of the intro of the thing. So if you ever need assistance, I can send some samples of my babies. I need to remake my sub badges, but need to pick a new theme. Yeah, I haven't really thought about what I want to do, honestly. Dan has been amazing and has made a couple emotes, and they are amazing. wanted a way.
He was
Sure.
haunted by his sins, by the things he did to protect you and your mother.
Did all that for him fucking self. Struck those damn deals so he'd feel big and mighty for a brief moment. Fucking Ranger William. With the ear of the police.
Either way, he's gone now. He blew up the caves and stayed inside.
Oh. Right. He say anything before that? About me?
He wanted you to forgive him.
Then why'd he run off? Again. Like a coward. Fuck him.
Eli. And that's your past, but...
There's no but. Look, I appreciate it. We're done here.
Wait. He also wanted you to have this.
That thing. Shit's worthless to me. Keep it.
Are you sure?
Said I don't want it.
Okay. Take care, Eli.
See ya.
I was trying to figure out who he reminded me of, and just like the look reminded me of, is it one of the Beatles, like Ringo or whoever?
Kyle,
Anyway,
once
that's
you catch
all.
that son of a bitch, put a round in him for me.
Okay, that's all I could think of. So far, I'm YOLOing it with mine at the moment, just making and seeing what happens as I go. Yeah, I think that's going to be the same, I think, for me. I just got to figure out what I want. Bro told you he didn't want it with such malice. Like, damn, you stomp on his head. Yeah, I don't know. Is the story in this good so far? Yeah, I mean...
I hear you're a problem solver.
None of the stories in the Dying Light games have been overly amazing,
You don't want to
sadly.
until you hear my pitch, so you're playing it all cool and casual.
But
Is that it? Okay, well, here's the thing.
I'm hoping this one has
We
a
have
bit,
some
not a
supply
twist,
stashes
but
out and about that our scouts check on now and then. One is near a well, and Joel, Jack, and Israel were heading there to collect when we lost contact with them.
When?
Couple hours ago. Infected probably got to them, but maybe not. Maybe there's still a chance to save them, or at least recover the supplies. Can you check it out, maybe?
Yeah, I'll go take a look.
Thanks, Kyle.
so yeah. So far, it hasn't been like the story hasn't been amazing. It's really just kind of like you go to A, talk to this character, go over here, do this. Yeah. They're pretty much all the same in terms of story ish.
Chased away. That tunnel
But I'm
leads
hoping
to
this
the
one
forest. But who's to say
gets
it
there.
won't find its way back?
Always a possibility.
Yes, which is why the sheriff would like to have a word with you. She feels we're rather defenseless at the moment.
Gotta go.
Come.
Just watch yourself out there. Kyle, we got a problem. Our backup system is just that. Backup. I'm not sure how much longer it's going to last.
What are you saying?
The plant that powered the town went down about a month ago. We tried contacting the foreman there, but there's no answer.
I sent a squad of rangers to see what was going on, and they never returned. I sent a second squad, and they disappeared too. I asked for volunteers for a third squad, but no one stepped up, and frankly, I can't blame them. So I said I'd go.
And I told her no. If we lose her, we lose our last shred of hope.
Look, I'm no electrician, but maybe I can go check it out and at least see what's going on.
I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to be presumptuous.
But if we can get the power back on, we might just have a chance here.
I'll see what I can do, but no promises.
Thank you, Kyle. People around here are starting to lose faith.
I guess they don't trust that God is watching out for us anymore.
God is watching out for us. He sent us Kyle.
I hope we didn't just send him to his death.
Okay. Also, I want you to know that I'm so scuffed right now. I'm typing on my phone, but stream audio from my computer and my headset. Wow. Okay, I'm a sucker for a good story. No. We're I think there's all of us are a sucker for a good story. I think in my head, number 1 story is better than 2. And then, and even then it's not like amazing, but this one I think could get there, could be better than 1. In saying that, I don't really remember the story from 2. I remember the story from 1 a little bit more, but yeah. Verdict pending. I can't wait for my dinner. Obscure boy, what are you? What's the plans for your dinner? What are you having in 6 hours? I am going to that way. Miss me. Well, that wasn't good. No. Okay. Ow. Through here. Through there. Down. Need to get off the street. I get filled chicken today. Ooh, delicious. Ugh, people. Ugh. Zombies. Yeah, big thing for me if you can't... I can't remember the story in the game or movie. It wasn't probably that good. Yeah. Doesn't mean it's bad. Just, yeah. 100%. Definitely. Oh, is someone in need? Hello? What's this blue little thing up here for, huh? Okay, we good? We good? Yep. No, I'm coming. I'm coming. You good? I gotcha. It's so stupid. The fact... Okay. Alright. Yep.
Here's something.
Thanks. Did I kill him? No one was around to see. Sweet. I'm okay with that.
Do you copy?
Read you loud and clear. What's up, Sheriff?
And that's a...
If you get there and the power plant is totally foobar, just walk away. No reason to risk your life for no good reason.
I have a good reason, and if I can get it up and running, I'm gonna expect something in return.
I'll respect that.
When we started writing in uni, it was so brutal. Like,
No,
hey,
expect
be
you to do
unique,
something for me.
but also know everyone is just a recreation of something
Haven't figured that out yet,
else, even
but when I do,
without meaning to.
I'll
Yeah.
let you know.
Yeah.
You get that power
It's
plant
all the way
online,
over there.
and we will owe you big time.
Ooh. Okay, we're good. Yeah, everything... Like, for example, what? Twilight is just basically vampire and horny Harry Potter. And then... Or it started out as from Harry Potter? Or was that... No, oh, and then 50 Shades of Grey was basically Twilight.
Olivia,
Hunger Games is basically Battle Royale that came out
The
from
locals asked me to find out why it's down.
You're trying to get yourself in their good graces.
Japan.
If I scratch their back,
And then
I'm hoping they'll scratch mine.
that just kind of kicked up a whole stuff. You get taught you can't make a new wheel or a better one, but just make it look... And that's the same with games, as well. Oh, fuck, did I miss... Oh, no, I'm here. Same thing with games as well. Like, nothing's entirely unique. You can have unique mechanics. Oof. Don't I like to loot? Oh, no, there's just so much to loot. There's so much to loot. I think... Oop. I think I'm good for the moment. Fall. Fall. Son of a bitch. Over you go. Huh. Go away. No. Over you go. Okay. Now I don't know what to do. Investigate the power plant failure. Alright. Okay, I'm a big loot naval.
Guess that foreman is still alive after all.
Okay, so I go this way. Ideas loop and recreate over generations and time in general. Tis the cycle of creation. Yeah. Yep. What a unique and new lockpicking mechanic. Oh, don't mind if I do. Ooh.
Maybe not.
Oh shit. Come on. Come on. Oh, there's another one over here. Yeah. Oh, there's another one here. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, we're good. We go around here. And then we go back. This kick mechanic is so OP, I love it. Oh, it was one of the big things in the first game as well. Just being able to... Oh, he walked into that. Idiot. Oh. Fucking hell. So good. Okay. Now I go up. I think it's 8 hours from my annual countryway. Oh, wow. Not too far then. That's just a drive down to New South Wales. Oh my god. Alright, up, down, left, this way. Yep. No. Okay. Okay. Alright, I won't do that. Yeah. That was what I was meant to do. Just a brisk walk away. Yep. Who's up risking their walks for 8 hours? Okay. Yep. Up we go. Up. Over this way. So I don't actually know... I'm not from the USA. That's okay. And then that. There we go. Okay. I just... fucked up. Perfect. In? No. Down. Down. Thank you.
You the foreman?
Yeah. Lorgo, how the hell did you get in here?
Same way you did.
And now you're as trapped as I am. You stupid, pig-headed idiot.
Trying to help you here, moron.
I'm the moron. Didn't I tell you not to come here?
Well, you couldn't fix it?
Fix it? Fuck that. I'm not going down there. They would tear me apart.
How about I try? We can stay on the radio and you can guide me through.
Guide you through? Ha! Something blew up down there. Half the building is flooded. What kind of idiot are you?
Just the kind of idiot that'll kick your ass if you don't adjust your goddamn attitude.
Fine. You want to go down there? Have at it. It's your funeral.
Love that can-do spirit. So where do I start? How do I get in?
Get on the roof. I'll point you in the right direction.
Keep your radio on. The name's Crane, by the way.
Wait, so why am I trapped? I don't know why he called me stupid and trapped. The same as him. I'm not trapped. I can leave at any moment, apparently.
Okay, Largo, how do I get in?
You see that other building? There's a busted window.
Which one? That one? That one. I meant to look at it from here. Which busted window? Where's the busted window? How am I meant to see where the busted window is? Okay, so if I follow the waypoint over here, there. Okay. Run up here.
Let's see if I still got it.
I think the other thing with the Dying Light games is that the developers aren't English. English isn't their first language, so the translation to a lot of the dialogue and probably the story as well is that it seems very some of it seems a little bit disjointed in English, so I wouldn't okay, there we go. Of Dr. Pepper, but in Austria it's very rare. Yeah, I think we have Dr. Pepper here. I'm not actually entirely sure. I can't say I've had it before. I think you can get it just from certain... Can I make that? That seems scary. Yeah, I can. Okay. It just seems scary. Across and in.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Search. I got drinks. Neat.
So what am I looking for?
The turbines, they're in the main building, but I doubt you can get them going.
Just point me in the right direction.
Get to the turbines room. Turbines. Okay. Yep, through here. I also don't like it when it just drops you into things like that. Fuck. Get off me. Holy shit. Stop. Get off. I thought I had enough stamina to jump. Harveys. Cool. Neat. There's nothing. Oh, there is. Okay, have fun. Had a great day. See you later. Thank you, Obscure Boy. Thanks for popping in and spending some of your day here. Appreciate it. Have a nice day. Catch you next time. Catch you around. Oh, other side. Bin. Okay. Anything here? No, tape. Nothing else. What's... a lot of gas canisters. Why am I feeling bossish fight? Maybe? Concerns me slightly. Not ready for that. What if you didn't have a lockpick to get through this door? I am curious.
Largo, do you want to explain to me why you have power in your control room, but there's no power down here?
It's the reserve line. There's not enough power to run the whole place. But there's just enough to keep me out of the dark.
Well, I need some light in here, so shut down your power for now.
Shit, fine. But it isn't gonna power everything. The reserve line's only good for emergency lights.
Got it.
Is it going to be red? Why is the emergency lighting always fucking red? You know? Do I have this? Get knifed. Oh, he's still alive. So I'm meant to go down. What? I thought he was already gone. I thought he was already dead. That's not cool. Okay.
Shit. Can't reach the turbines. They're all underwater.
Didn't I just tell you that a moment ago?
I'm gonna look for a way to drain the water.
You're going to get yourself killed.
Is this a hole to breathe through? Yeah. And back down we go. Oh,
There's the problem. I need to close off that pipe somehow.
Well, how do I do that? Okay, well, I need to go back up here. Alright, perfect. Okay, and we go back up. grab some air. Back down we go. And we go through this gap here. I wonder if I'll have to go through and turn these back on after filling the hole again.
I did it.
It's wild that the audio still plays as if it's not underwater at the moment. Okie dokie. We go through here. What was that noise for? Was there something? Should I be scared?
Largo, I cut off the water coming in, but I still need to drain the flooded area. There must be a pump down here, right?
On the ground level, I think. Doubt it's working, though.
Love that optimistic attitude.
Realistic. But hey, if you want to get yourself killed, who am I to stand in your way?
Get in there. Oh, is it through this door here? Yeah. You gonna go lie down, are you? Yeah. Food is good. I'm taking little chunks out of it here and there. Love you too. What are you gonna watch? Of course. Of course. All right. Love you. Dead. Oh, missed. Missed. Running. Easy. All right. Here, I need to do you.
Pump's offline.
What did I tell you? Plants running on backup, remember? That reserve line only powers a few critical functions.
Pump's offline.
What did I tell you? Plants running on backup, remember? That reserve line only powers a few critical functions.
Can we use that line to power up the pump or not?
Probably not.
Well, since you've been wrong about everything so far, I'm gonna look for a backup circuit.
That's your funeral.
Gimme. Come on. Alright, cool. Cool. And then, and then I just come out here. Right, gotcha. Easy. Is there another button to press? There is two. I thought I was done. Okay. Have I got to take this down? What? Oh, there's a vent there. Right. There's a vent. There's a vent here. Here? Move. Alright, here we go. Get. And then we go here. And we da-da-da-da-da-da. Beautiful.
What the hell? Backup power went out. You do that?
Yeah, I'm working something out.
You son of a bitch.
Oh my god, I keep on thinking it's done. I should just wait. Okay, there we go.
Come on, come on. Finally. Now to check below.
Of course. Check below. Oh. No, I want to pick that up. I didn't... Ah, shit. Wow. So the radius on that bat is pretty good. Open these again. Can I repair this one? Yeah. Repair. Cool. Okay, you can't get through there. Okay, you're waiting for that. Okay. Yeah. Yep, okay, good. Jesus. I think that's the way that I meant to come back as well. That's going to be quite shit. So I turn this on here, and then I think I've got to turn on the...
turbines won't stay on.
Turbines need water to keep them running. And along with everything else, the feed pipe is broken.
Well, there must be a way to get water to them.
There's an auxiliary water intake, but that's probably busted too. Told you, we're wasting your time.
You are just a ray of sunshine, you know that?
So that one, I should do this one first. It's the sound. The sound is good.
Hey, Largo, I'm seeing a red pipe. Is that the other water intake?
Could be. To tell you the truth, I'm kinda colorblind.
Yeah, I'll use it as a bypass. There's a valve, but it doesn't have a handle.
Maybe it broke off.
Or maybe you want me to come up there and break your head off.
Relax. I'm just messing with you. You need to find a valve wrench. Should be one lying around. Check the rooms nearby.
Okay. Is there one over here? No. Oh, is it up here maybe? Oh, that's what I used to come up, wasn't it? Maybe storage room. How do I get in there? Ah. Oh. Oh, a few things actually. A few things to grab. Yoinkies. 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 Okay, now. So I do this one, and then I've got to do one over at C. Yep, there we go. Cool. Easy. Easy, easy,
Okay,
easy.
Something's happening.
Wee. Here.
Let's see if that worked.
Oh.
What the hell? You did it.
How do I get out?
What do you know? You're not as stupid as you look.
Oh.
Meet me on the first floor. I got something for you.
Over here.
Got to hand it to you. Don't give up easy.
Well, you sure didn't make it easy.
That's because the Baron shut this plant down for a reason. And he wanted it to stay that way. Yeah, I work for the big man. Did I forget to mention that?
Hands where I can see them!
The Baron can't wait to see you again.
Move it! I wouldn't push me if I were you. You don't want to piss me off. You're gonna see a really ugly side of me.
Back off. Oh. Oh no, I died. And it's all because of that big canister that I chucked. Alright, skip that. Skip all that. Hmm. Ah, no, I need to heal. Yep. Missed. Ooh.
I
Yeah,
gotta
cool.
get that power back on.
Guns. My head. Inventory full. So if I get rid of, oh boy, I got some. Do have some things in here to get rid of. Durability. If I get rid of that, get rid of that, and those two. Get rid of the worst one. Cool. Are you? Didn't I have baggies? Oh yeah, there's a bag. There's a bag. Oh, first aid. Yank. You. So much, so many goodies. All right.
Sheriff, the power plant's back up. The Baron's the one who shut it down.
The Baron? Did you find my rangers?
No, the Baron's men probably took him out. And here come more of them. I'm gonna make sure the power stays on.
You should just get out of there.
Not until I finish what I started.
We do not want a war with the Baron.
That war is already coming, whether you want it or not.
Okay. Do I have... Okay, no, I don't have ammo for it. I need to... So if I bring up my inventory... Oh, I do have ammo for these guns, though. There we go. Oh, what? What was that? No, I wanted... There, thank you. Easy. Nothing there.
Stand still, damn it! Eat that! Get behind something!
Bap, bap, bap. Oh. Yeah, neat.
Sheriff, the plant's up and running. You're gonna need to send some people here if you want to keep it that way.
Get yourself back here. We need to talk.
Safe zone. Where are the... Oh, it's over the other side, isn't it? Did that one. Up we go. Beep. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna rest up. Oh. And then I think it just auto saves, right? We're gonna wrap it up here actually, because I gotta eat my din-dins, and it's getting a little bit late here, and I would like to just kind of chill out before I go back to work tomorrow. So, with that, let's go. Just chatting. We'll go there, and we'll turn some music on. But thank you everyone for just chilling out today with me. It's been pretty good. I've enjoyed Dying Light the Beast. Thank you, Queenie, as well for popping in and yeah, spending some time here. Yeah, we are. I think we're gonna raid out to the amazing Scotch Pig. Where am I looking? There we go. That's the old raid message. So if you are a subscriber, use the second one. But if you aren't, and feel free to use the first one. Oh my god, why is caps on? Yes, no, thank you everyone this afternoon for spending some time here playing with me, playing Dying Light the Beast. It's been a blast. But yeah, we're gonna go see our Lord and Savior Scotch Pig. But no, thank you everyone for being here, and yeah, we'll see you next time. So we will go say hey to him in 3, 2, 1.